You know how the false prophet said, have you ever been swallowed?
Would have been. I would have been. I would have been. I would have been. I would have been swallowed up. Have you ever been swallowed up? Have you gone through a time of swallowing where everything was overwhelming and you were at your wit's end? That is my point of view.
Why are you gay?
Who says I'm gay?
You are gay.
She thinks she's a man, but she does not have the equipment to be a man.
Fight, 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 fight. Nah. Oh, man. Riley Gaines and Simone Biles going at it via the social medias. This is beautiful. This is what I'm looking for. This is content. This is Sparta. Okay. Now I'm done. But anywho, this is awesome. I think this is awesome. Anyway, let's change up the background. Let's put it to normalcy. Let's get the background to normal. Right now, Riley Gaines and particularly Simone Biles, but Riley Gaines and Simone Biles are going viral via Twitter for the beef. This is some interesting stuff. This is some interesting stuff. Simone Biles addresses former swim athlete Riley Gaines over transformer athlete remark. This is interesting. Okay. So originally, this was the tweet that kind of went viral where this is the tweet from Riley Gaines that caught Simone Biles' attention. All right. There was a softball team, looked like some middle schoolers, but they had a boy on the team that was really good, but he's a transformer, right? And Riley Gaines basically try to call them out via Twitter. And in response, Simone Biles basically called out Riley Gaines and was like, yo, why you picking on some kids? Why don't you, instead of spreading hate, instead of spreading hate, why don't you give a solution to this? And in response, Riley Gaines brought up Simone Biles' sexual abuse with the Nassar guy, with the Nassar character, Larry Nassar. If you guys don't remember the person that the former Olympic doctor, the guy that was guilty of abuse, of abuse of with many young women, many young girls, let me say, right? So that was an interesting clapback from Riley Gaines, to say the least. Very interesting clapback. That's some interesting work, but we'll get more into this. We'll get more into this later on in the show. But this is the main topic for today. Simone Biles versus Riley Gaines. Pyro the Flame King, man. What's up, man? Shout out to Pyro. This is because when I saw this trending, I was like, you know what? Let me just do it. Simone Biles versus Riley Gaines. Let me just do it. I wasn't even gonna do the live stream. I was like, but I saw this trending a little bit, and even though it's not the top trending thing, I was like, you know what? Let me hit this up. Let me hit this up. So yeah, we will get into this. We will definitely get into this. Because I've talked about Riley Gaines for a while on this channel. Go on my channel. Let me do a search. Let me search on my own channel. Let me search up Riley Gaines. So if you go on my channel and you search up Riley Gaines, you're gonna see a whole lot of stuff. Men shouldn't support Riley Gaines. This is this is the this is the one that kind of got me the slack, or the flack, from the right. That was another video. There's another shorts I had made, and I'm gonna keep it a buck with you. I could have kept making more Riley Gaines shorts just to increase traffic on my channel, but I was like, you know what? Let me not do that, because I could have done the same thing that I did with Jesse Lee Peterson. And people thought I did that for clout. I'm like, no, I just found it very interesting that when it's male victims involved, you're giving Jesse Lee Peterson the benefit of the doubt. But I bet you if there was white bitches saying that he did something, you guys would have turned on him. That's what I found very hypocritical. Or you'll have athletes, they'll get, particularly black male athletes, they get allegations thrown on them and people will just buy it. But now people want to put on their thinking cap. So that's why I kept doing the Jesse Lee Peterson stuff. That's the real reason why I did that. But yeah, I could have kept doing more Riley Gaines shorts. I definitely because you look at, because when I made those videos, it would get 1,000 hits in a day. Now, because of due to the nature of my channel, my views are very stunted. So what happens is when certain clips go viral, certain entities notice, and they can put a kibosh to your stuff. You can only get viral so much. You know what I mean? So this is what happens on my channel due to the nature of my platform. Right? But I could have easily rolled the Riley Gaines trail. I could have easily done that. But anyways, we will definitely get more into the story. He said, I watched all your shorts. Pause. Yeah, so somebody, by the way, somebody had made it viral again. The Vibes Cartel shorts when he was in the interview, when he was like, when Jesus comes, why when Jesus forward? Like somebody made that video viral again. I was crying laughing. I'm not gonna lie, we do have a pause epidemic, but I don't care. I feel like, and I rarely say that on my channel, I feel like, but I believe that I could be like, I'm talking about young men, we could, or us men, we can get into our 60s and 70s. We always gonna say pause. We're always gonna say pause on this channel. Or just in my life, I'm always gonna be saying pause. It could be so. Vibes Cartel Jesus forward. I gotta find that video. Nah, I won't be able to find it. But those vibes cartel of him saying pause and why, that is it's hilarious, man. Well, Vibes Cartel, he's unintentionally funny. He's just, or I'll say it like this, he's a naturally funny dude. He could just make people laugh. He's a naturally charismatic person. But yeah, let's dive into some of this stuff. This will be mostly a stream where I'm gonna be making fun of the conservative, the what I call these people, the trad cons, the trad con artists. That's what I like to call them on my channel, the trad con artists. So this will be definitely a show shifted towards that. Probably more of a political show, I'm not gonna lie, but oh, by the way, because people there are people that they'll ask me from time to time, why don't I talk about liberals that much? There's no saving stupid and just complete lunacy. There's no you can't do nothing about the libtards. You just like they're still like the libtards, they still are shocked, right? They don't even, they're like, how did we lose? How did we lose, or not, forget how they lose. They're still like shocked that like young men are more right leaning nowadays than in previous years. They for some reason now it's either mega gaslighting on their from the left, or these might be the most stupid people, like I'm talking about the most politically ignorant people of all time. I'm talking about of all time, because anybody with two eyes can see or understand why most young men are leaning right. But I'm talking about, for you to even have to ask why is, and I'm just saying, if you're not trolling and you have to ask why, I have serious questions on your critical thinking skills, or you're just how you see things in life. So hold on for a sec. Let me open up this Twitter post. This will be mostly kind of a political type thing that we're doing today. But let me open this up. Let me open the, what in the hell? Let me open this damn post up. Copy the link. Let's open it up. Separate tab. Let's close this YouTube tab to save some room. Pause. Let's get right into it. Here, this is a Reddit post from the political discussion. So this is a liberal person that asked this question. He or she asks, who actually are the young men that shifted right? So I'm just gonna assume this is a woman that's making this post. Oh, shout out to Pyro here. He's right. He says, I hope the hate of white men and saying all men suck, and if you don't vote for me, you ain't black, was worth it. That's what I'd be saying too. I'll be like, look, I hope whatever you said and whatever you wanted to get off, I hope that was worth it, because you're gonna have to pay for that later on. Even if you don't want to take accountability for it, it's gonna you're going to pay for it, right? It's not a matter of women facing accountability or liberals facing account. They're gonna pay for it. First of all, we're all paying for it. Look at these prices out here. Look how expensive everything is. But I'm talking about, just because you don't take accountability for it doesn't mean you're not paying for it. Right? So that's why I always try to tell people, I hope what you did, I hope you hope you got it off your chest. I hope it was worth it. I'll even like women online, They say what they say. They're saying what they're saying, trying to be mean or trying to get a one up on men and stuff. I'm like, I hope this is worth it. I hope this was worth it. Because especially these other countries, they be watching how we do things. They're like, man, we ain't never letting these hoes out the house. And what can we do? And they might be even getting, and they could be getting abused over there, like overseas and whatnot, or their rights trampled on. But what can we do? What can we do? Women got the ball and they decided instead of actually progressing, they've decided to use their platform to demean men, to say ha ha na boo boo, instead of actually doing something righteous with the slot that they have. So that's why I say I hope it was worth it. Hope you got it out your system. I hope you happy. But anyways, let's read from this. So a liberal woman, I'm assuming this is a woman. She goes, who actually are the young men that shifted right? She goes, with the Democrats spending $20 million to discover why young men shifted right, it seems like a lot of the effort have been of bringing quote unquote bros back to the party, more fratty types who like drinking, WWE, etc. for fraternities were even invited to the discussion they were going to have. So let me read this part again, because it says 4 fraternities were invited to the discussion on what's going on with the men. And just from that sentence alone, this is the problem. Most men aren't in fraternities. But this goes to show you, right? Most women just most men are just invisible to most women, especially now. Now what women are just trying to do, they're just like, they think they can just filter out men. Like when you go shopping and you hit the filter button to look to get what you're looking for. The only difference between men and women is when we're doing shopping, we understand the more you filter, the less options that they're going to be. But in women's mind, when they hit that filter button to get what they're looking for, whether it be for men or money, it's whatever, they think there's an abundance of that. You know what I mean? Like, they don't think I'm slimming down my options. I'm just getting what I want. To hell with if it's a very limited stock. When men shop, we already know, like, say, especially like if men are shopping for shoes online, we already know size 10, size 11 is going, size 9, they're going to be out of stock, right? Like, we already know. So we're just like, okay, we got a strategy. We got to, the way women look at how they shop for men, like the way they try to pick for men, or they look for a man to be around, they do it like they're shopping online, and they could just filter, and then when they do the filter, they think it's an unlimited stock of what they're looking for. This is you know what I mean? Oh, so right here I see Nick. Shout out to him. He said, LOL, they didn't take freedom of speech in the Middle East. Eventually, Western ideals will spread worldwide. I think I agree with that. Like, I don't like conservatives. Like, you'll see a post where they're talking about, oh, Afghanistan is taking away this, and I'm like, that's not true. It just looks like that compared to what we have going on in the States. That's something that I've always had to sun conservatives on. I'm like, they're not, the women are not being abused in the Middle East. I've always had to kind of, and if you actually ask the women from there, they're like, no, this is our culture. This is what we want. This is what they do over there, right? But even you'll see the conservatives, they'll be like, oh, the women are being oppressed actually over there. And I'm like, not necessarily. It just looks like oppression compared to us. Compared to us. You know what I mean? Like, oh, like, remember the black woman that got arrested for talking loud in Saudi Arabia? Like, remember when that story went viral a few months back? right? But it's just over there. If you're a woman and you talking loud, to them that's chaos. So they they threw her in the clink, and I'm pretty sure the women here in the States were just like, "Oh my God, this is abuse. This is abuse of power." No, that's their customs, that's their rules. And as a man, I understand why that is, because over in the Middle East, or particularly Saudi Arabia, whatever, we'll use Saudi Arabia as an example, or certain regions of Saudi Arabia, they're actually congruent with their quote unquote traditional values. So yes, they believe women should do this and that, but there's also rules with that. So yes, they want the women to stay home. Yes, they want they actually believe in protecting women. So they actually instill rules that will protect them and not give them certain double jeopardy type advantages in life. So yes, women can stay home and get taken care of, and things can get done for them. They etc. But the trade-off is you can't be outside talking to men a certain way like they do in the States. You can't be outside arguing with men out loud. There's certain things, it's congruent. Everything is congruent. So this is why when it comes to the Middle East and their customs, their cultures, I have no criticisms for it. It's all, everything is congruent. Everything is congruent. You know what I mean? So I got nothing to say when that. And conservatives got to understand. Okay, yes, you guys say you want women back in the house and all this stuff, but there's certain things. There's certain things that come with that. The conservatives want men to just take care of women again and do all of this, but then the women still have the same freedoms of today. No, 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 no. That's not going to work. That's not going to work. Everything must. I look for congruency. I look for consistency. Maybe that would be a better way to put it. Congruency, consistency, whatever you want to call it. Right. Everything that you stand on, everything must match. Everything must match. Right. But this is hold on. Nick said, I saw a study that women over there have less responsibility and higher level of happiness. This is true. This is true. But if you try to tell the average conservative that, even the average conservative woman, that they'll, but like the women here, they're always, or really Americans in general, we're always looking for a perfect solution. There's no perfect solutions. It's only, like Thomas Sewell said, there's only trade-offs. There's only trade-offs. And it makes sense what they asked the women over there to do. It makes sense. I've done the stream on this, listening to all the stuff that what the women can do, what the women can't do, stuff. And really, when you ask the women over there, they're cool with it. They're cool with it, right? But like I say, I think most Americans, they're not. They ain't about that life. Even the so-called American conservative, they not about that life. Let me see. Pyro says men can't talk loud either. You have to spend some money to do so. Facts. Facts. Let's keep reading though from the thing. But that sentence right there says 4 fraternities. So they're trying to find out what's happening with the young men. I'm like, first of all, most young men aren't in fraternities. They're gonna invite football play. They're gonna invite athletes next. They're gonna invite people. They're gonna invite men in the NBA and NFL to talk about this next. No, they have no idea. The average man is not an athlete. The average man is not in a fraternity. But this is just in the chick's mind. They're just like, okay, we got to find out what these men are thinking. Let's ask these fraternities. What's going, man? Bruh. let's ask the Ohio State football team with these people making the NIL money. What's going on with the average man? What are we doing, man? So already I'm looking at this. I'm like, there's already a lot of errors that I'm seeing already. Long live the king. Shout out to you, man. He said, I think we propped the women up because we knew women were the biggest consumers. Also, they felt they could ignore the men because they could get their money by chasing women, family court, etc. Exactly. That's basically the answer. That's basically the answer. The powers that may be have completely sold men out. Not because they hate men, it's just they're just looking for whatever money that they can get. They're just trying to take everything off the top, and by doing this, they have prioritized, female empowerment, female in workspaces, all this stuff so they can take their money, and because women are also taking money from men, so they're taking everything. They're taking everything, and they know it's all going to come back to them. There will be like if family court, if there was no child support or etc., or if it was geared around men if men got custody most times and they didn't have to spend the money that they did, there would be no family court. Family court wouldn't even exist. It's all built around men and men's really testosterone, which is always used against men at the end of the day. Shout out to Young Doka, man. What's up, man? Because yeah, we go into the Simone Biles thing sooner rather than later. I'm not gonna lie, but this will be we will be making fun of the trad cons mostly, but I do want to make fun of the liberals because I don't really do it that often, but just the liberals, their mindset is just I can't. There's no debating stupid or crazy. I'll say crazy. It's not necessarily stupid, just crazy. Because most liberal, particularly like liberal women in America, they've completely lost the plot, right? Yep. Long live the king said it backfired because women overspent and most got into serious debt, and men stopped getting married and protected their seat. That's why they could have kept status quo by gearing their country around men. This is where also Americans have to take this L. We like to say there's certain countries that are outdated, they're not civilized enough. And that's true. I'm not saying that's not true, but I'm just saying there's pros and cons to everything. These other so-called countries that still have tribes and villages and stuff like that, they have it set up that way on purpose. The more advanced you make civilization, the more you make it advance and technology and all this stuff, the less women really need men, because women don't need men necessarily in their mind, even though they do, but it looks like they don't. And just because it looks like they don't, they're like, shoot, we don't need. This is why certain spots you'll have Americans or British people, they'll go to certain countries like, why don't you advance this? Why don't you, etc. And they'll be like, nah, we're good. They'll accept certain technological advancements, but not everything. Right? There's a reason for that. We kind of underrate. How do I say it? We kind of downplay the IQ sometimes of these spots because they understand you have to build your civilization around men. So the way Saudi Arabia is doing it is perfect, or the Middle East is doing it is perfect. So yes, they're an advanced country and stuff like that. They have certain cities that are advanced, et cetera, but it's centered around men. If you don't build your civilization where the average man is the priority, or the man is not the priority, if it's not built around the average man, your civilization is doomed to fail in short order. I'm talking about in very short order. Okay. Long live the king says now they're panicking. Young Doka says, I'm behind 15 minutes, but yeah, we are never not going to be saying pause. AI robots be saying. Yeah, I was talking about that earlier. Let me see. Testosterone levels been decreasing in the US since the 1980s. That could be one reason why men haven't been approaching or chasing women. No, it's just right now, it's just too risky. it's it's way too risky. Nobody's trying to be made fun of. Nobody's trying to be put on put on blast. You text the girl something, she screenshots it, she sends it to her whole group chat, she sends it to her male friends, everybody making fun of you. Nobody wants to be that guy. I've been on both sides on that equation. Trust me. I'm talking about, I remember I tried to hook. I was there was there's this musician buddy of mine where I found out he had a real genuine desire for this girl I knew. And I was like, oh, I see her at barbecues all the time. Let me talk to her. She knows me. She knows my cousin, et cetera, et cetera. I have her number. We all know the chick, right? I try to over talk him. I'm like, nah, come on, you gotta give my boy a chance. You gotta give. He's like, nah, and then she goes, nah, he's approached me already. Blah blah blah. I'm like, nah, please, just give him a shot. She gives him a shot. He sends not a weird text message, but he's a little bit socially awkward sometimes. He's a brilliant musician, but a little bit socially awkward. And she sends me all the text messages that he sent. And I'm just like, damn. Now, mind you, I'm a real ninja, so I don't send this text message to nobody else, right? But what ends up happening, and props to the girl, she didn't send that message to nobody else. She should just send it to me. She probably sent it to my cousin, right? But she didn't put it in no group chat or anything like that. Most women, though, they will put that you do a, how do I say it, an awkward approach, whether it be in public or via text message. She's gonna screenshot it. She's gonna send it to her buddies. She's gonna put you on blast, right? So now the men are stepping back now. So that's just the social benefits, the social ramification of that. Now let's talk about Me Too, right? You talk about why men haven't been approaching women. Me Too. Case closed. The whole Me Too era was one of the biggest shams. This was supposed to be a movement that was supposed to expose supposedly men of power taking advantage of their position of power and SAing or SAing their underlings and using their power to cover up their crimes. Now, what it's done now is you got women with their false accusations, etc. Now men are like, I'm not even risking it, because even if it looks like that we have a relationship, I'm not finna risk it. So now men are not mentoring women anymore. Men are not trying to meet women at their jobs because they know it's a risk. And most couples find each other at work. So now outside of work, outside of a lot of things, right, where men are just not trying to approach women just due to the circumstances of it all, where can you really meet women? Nightclubs are dead. Bars are dead. Trust me, I can tell you that from firsthand experience. They're dead, right? Where do you meet women nowadays? So it's not like they don't want to, but it's just men are just looking. They're doing a cost benefit analysis, and men are just like, I can't risk losing everything. I can't risk it. And it's not like they don't want to. It's just they can't. It's not worth the. Women are just not worth the risk. You know what I mean? It's just not worth the risk. He's like, long live the king. Said clubs used to do first 200 ladies getting free. These days are over. Men ain't even chasing women to the clubs no more. Exactly. Nobody, dudes ain't trying to be put on blast. You got women in there that are single moms and they're trying to catch. Dude approaches her. Baby daddy finds out she went to the club without his permission, and then he shoot up. Man, people they dudes are like, this is not worth the risk. This is not worth risking me. You know, I done worked hard to get this money or to be where I'm at, just for me to approach a broad and then she puts me on blast or she accuses me of something. It's like, not worth the risk. Not worth the risk. Nick said that's real because I graduated college and since then, only place I see women is at my job since I work retail. Oh yeah, you like can't approach them at the job. Even though what's interesting is when I worked retail, every single young woman that was taken, I'm telling you, every single young woman that was taken, that had a boyfriend at home, they were messing with more than one. They were messing with somebody else. Every single one. And people might think I'm exaggerating. No, every retail spot I worked at, every girl that had a boyfriend, they were messing with somebody else as well. Every single one. Even there was one woman I thought that was married, whatever, and my boy Ainsley had came in the chat. I was like, that's the only woman that I felt wasn't cheating, and he said she was cheating. I was like, not her. I thought she was the mom of the group. Nope. So you gotta be careful of that. Teresa Smith said, yes, it is. Simone lost to a transformer male. You said if, okay, you meant to say if Simone lost to a transformer male in gymnastics, she would have a fit. She would lose all of the titles because a male who's pretending to be a female beat her. So we'll get into that. We'll get into that because most people are not gonna, people are gonna be shocked on, I think some people are gonna be shocked on whose side I take with this beef. You can say I'm trolling or whatever. I don't give a. I don't. I at this point I don't care. But I'm gonna be objective when it comes to the Simone Biles versus Riley Gaines beef. I'm gonna be very objective. So much so people gonna be mad at what I have to say about that. So let's keep reading from this Reddit post. She goes, only 10% of college students are in Greek life to begin with, and many of them aren't characteristic bros either. Okay, she at least acknowledges that. I'm also going to go on a limb and say that fratish guys probably aren't the ones excited to vote, nor they were mainly Democrats. So if not the bros, which seem to dominate the discourse around this topic, who are the young men voting red now? So she's saying, okay, it's only 10% of college students that are frat boys. So she's like, where are these other boys? She's like, who are these other boys that are voting red? But she can't see it because most men are invisible to her. It's like she can't, she's unintentionally explaining our talking points when we say most women just see most men as invisible. So she's just like, outside of the frat boys, where else can I find these guys that are voting red? I mean, amen. Like I said, there's no. I think in this post, I think she's generally just confused. Like, where are these young men that are voting red? They just, like that's why I don't. That's why I don't debate with liberals. And no disrespect to the Andrew Wilsons of the world, the Myron Gaines of the world, et cetera, et cetera. But it's oh man. I mean, okay, so Young Doka. So let's exit out of that post. He goes, Young Doka said one of the reasons why T levels have been decreasing is that no one knows about is the waste from the women using the pill. When they piss, they can't get it cleaned out the water. There's many other reasons too. Yeah, that's just one of the many reasons. There's a whole lot of like just scientific reasons and etc. But you know what's interesting? You know, people talk about the T levels. You know, I heard they were talking about what were they talking about? Oh, we have an erectile dysfunction problem amongst men. I was like, no, we don't. Respectfully, no, we don't. The women are just the women are fatter. The men aren't the men aren't experiencing ED when they go overseas. That's like my I have many home run arguments to battle against that, but that's my home run. That's my grand slam argument right there. What American dude, even American older dude, you know, is struggling with ED when they go overseas? Case closed. But most people don't want to, you know, they don't want to say the obvious. It's just the 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 women here in America or Australia, England, etc. They're just a lot more annoying and just a lot less feminine, and they're fatter. I mean, and just less pleasant to be around, respectfully, right? And that's not there's not like I said, the women, they can do what they want, but men like what they like. They men like what they like. They just many women can't accept. You know, men like women that be cooking, you know, cleaning, taking care of shit, and are nice and soft spoken. Just men like that. It is what it is. And women can't understand why they're running into so many down low men per se. If you got a man and you're like a very masculine type of woman, you can't be shocked if you have a feminine or a feminine adjacent man. I mean, only type of man that's attracted to that. Or you can't be, or how about this? You can't be shocked if that man cheats on you because you're more masculine. Men are just not, they're not attracted to that. This is why you see all these dudes with all these dudes with power that had wives and all this stuff. Who they ended up cheating on the wife with? Not another wife. They usually cheat on the wife with the housekeeper, the maid, the hot young secretary at their at their law firm. This is the answer is very obvious, right? It's just people don't want to, they don't want to get certain people upset. Okay. Oh, I think I just saw some $2 super chat from Pyro the Flame King. I'm so sorry I don't have my soundbite ready.
We got money, nigga! We got money, nigga! We got money, nigga!
Okay, shout out to Pyro the Flame King. He says women these days just let themselves go. It's nasty. Also, I do also blame black men for this. This thing where, oh man, my woman got to be thick, and oh, if she ain't 280, she not like, you know what I mean? Like I definitely blame black men for this epidemic. I definitely blame black men for this epidemic, because there used to be a time where it used to be a death sentence for certain women. Like if you look at a plus size model from like the early 2000s, you'd be like, that's really a plus size? I still remember those days, bro. Like a plus size model was not, it wasn't even a fat woman. It was just a regular looking woman was a plus size model. I remember seeing that clip from like Tyra Banks, and people were like, is that what? Different times, man. Different time. Nowadays, yeah, I would say that. Oh yeah, the Jamaicans. Yeah, I said, yeah, Pyro. Your country's got to take an L too on that. I'm not. I'm not cool. Jamaican men are notorious for this kind of attitude. They like him extra, extra, like like literally a whale, right? This is why a lot of those plus size or the obese girls, they love to take those trips to Jamaica because, anyways, we'll leave that alone. So yeah, Jamaica, they got to take that L. Not just Jamaica, too. Really, in Africa too, countries in Africa, Niash, that's what they call it in certain African countries. Is they prioritize big booty over everything. So like I said, ninjas have to take an L for that. Nick says most people are obese in the US due to the food and driving cars around everywhere. Go over to Japan, being fat is shame to oblivion. Facts. And also, yeah, like what you said, because especially like say like in Italy, there's a lot of walking that goes on in like the country of Italy. So you don't really see a whole lot of fat people in Italy per se. And it is the food. It's a lot of processed food here in America. I knew a girl. She stayed in Japan for a little bit, and she she said she ate more in Japan and lost weight. She came back to the States, and she said she gained all the way back. And I'm not gonna put her Instagram out there. No. But this is a common thing that I hear from a lot of people that travel. Oh yeah, Nyash. Yeah, I hope I'm saying it correctly. But that's what Africans, they prioritize that over everything. And I'm talking about the woman will have like a woman. Women. There's a lot of women that suffer from lipodema, right? I hope I'm saying it correctly. But it makes your legs look a certain way, and you got particularly ninjas lusting over her, and she's suffering from a disease. Right? Okay, thank you, man. Because I was like, I hope I said it correctly. Lipodema. But yeah, there's a lot of chicks out here. You're lusting over these chicks, and they're suffering from lipodema. But I've been seeing some young, particularly some young FBA ninjas. They're making a turn for the better. They're picking skinny women. Like I'll say this, as a black man, you picked a white woman in shape if you got white dudes in the comments start talking about you gonna be a single mom and stuff like that. That's how you picked a decent looking white chick, right? Even though a lot of those chicks would be regular, but that's how you picked a respectable looking white chick, not the average fat white chick or chubby white chick. As a black dude, you picked a white chick in shape. If you got people in the comment section talking about she gonna be a single mom. Anywho, let's look at this funny video right here. This is a funny video. Even though this is another liberal, I think. This is most likely another liberal. But this is a funny video. This is a funny video right here. I'm about to show you. It probably went viral. You probably might have seen it. So you got this look. She's talking about she got sexually harassed at a gym, but look at what she's wearing, bro. She's wearing nothing. She's wearing nothing, right? I'm not saying because I've always said men shouldn't really be approaching women at the gym anyways, but for the most part, most men they try to stay clear of attention seeking women at gyms. That's what most men try to do, especially particularly male gym goers, right? But here she is, she's going to complain that a police officer who was obviously off duty, he was working out as well, was sexually harassing her at the gym. So let's take a look. This should be interesting.
So an Ottawa police officer just sexually harassed me at the gym. As one does, of course. He was doing chest flies. I was standing in front of him, and I was respecting him in his fucking space and wanted him to be able to see his form. So I kept moving out of the way so that he could see himself in the mirror. And after I did this twice, he stops me and he's like, yeah, it's okay. I may just be a dirty old man. Here it comes. But I almost don't mind if you're standing in front of me while I do this. And I did what we all do as women when we get comments like that. I just went, ha ha ha. Turned around and I was like, fuck, I hate men. And then I was really pissed and went to turn around to tell him, like,
Mind you, that weird sound you hear in the background, that is not me. That is her car or whatever's going on with her phone.
This is not okay, and here is why. And he was gone. I got a Good Life associate, told her, and she wanted to see where it happened so that she could find it on camera, because I was like, fuck, I don't want to come back here with this dude. Like, I'm uncomfortable as shit right now. He was there. I was like, oh, this is him. Confronted him. And then when I told him that was not okay, you made me feel uncomfortable, he was like, I'm sorry. And I was like, no, like, this is not cool. It's not okay. Then he tells me, I actually rescind my apology. Anyway, here's the video. And I kept moving out of the way. Oh, that's him. Ew. Oh, fuck off. No. I don't give a shit. It's inappropriate. I don't appreciate it. And it made me feel fucking uncomfortable. This is a place where I come to feel fucking safe. Oh, I should be. Yes, I know. And you made me feel unsafe. I don't fucking appreciate that. And for me to have to go, no, it's okay. No, it's not okay. I'm fucking autistic. This is my fucking safe space. I come here to fucking lift, and you're fucking disgusting as I'm moving out of the way so you can see yourself in the fucking mirror.
Ma'am, the F-bombs. Chill. I'm trying to keep my channel here.
Fuck you.
Wow.
Wow, what?
I rescind my apologies. You're nuts.
He said, I rescind my apology. Now, ma'am. Now, I'll say this. Since she said it was a police officer, I'll say this when it comes to police, a lot of police officers, a lot of them don't understand boundaries per se, or you got a lot of the old school police officers, they still think things are, it's like how back in the day. So they might not know boundaries, but I'll say, wait, they said Ottawa police officer. Is that Canada? If I'm not mistaken. Yeah. This took place in Canada, or they say it's a city in Illinois. So it could have, okay, if I'll say this. If this took place in Canada, she might be capping about the whole situation in terms of, like, I know she showed the video, but he probably said a little flirty thing, but nothing to the extent that she said. Hold on. Let's look up her TikTok. It says TISMPUMP. I'm gonna look up her TikTok, and he's gonna tell me everything I need to know, because I'm already looking at at her attire, and it's like I'm not saying chicks like that. A lot of chicks like that, they looking for attention. TISM PUMP. Okay. PUMP. Sorry, I had to move my mic out of the way. Let's find this bitch. Because her little spaz out that she did at the dude towards the ends, toward the end, I was like, oh, this bitch is crazy. I said, this bitch crazy. So this is her TikTok page, mind you. And first of all, any woman with tattoos is suspect, but especially with her case, hearing the language that she uses, the terminology, she's saying that she's autistic. Oh man, that's killer. That's killer. But yeah, there's certain animals in the wild, right? You can tell how dangerous they are by by their color. When you see something like this in the wild, aka the gym, the club, etc. This is poison. Stay away. Your life may be at risk. Okay. So,
So an Ottawa police officer just sexually harassed me at the gym. As one does, of course. He was doing test flies. I was standing in front of him, and I was respecting him in his fucking space and wanted him to be able to see his form, so I kept moving out of the way so that he could see himself in the mirror. And after I did this twice, he stops me and he's like, yeah, it's okay. I may just be a dirty old man. Here it comes.
okay. I'll just say this. Some people, a lot of dudes are socially awkward. So that was probably his way of flirting or just letting you know that you're somewhat attractive. But I'll say this. I've heard way worse, like where a dude says something like way out of pocket to a broad. Like I'm talking about completely out of pocket where I was even shocked. So maybe I'm a bit insensitive.
But I almost don't mind if you're standing in front of me while I do this. And I did what we all
That I guess that was his way of just saying, "Oh, you're not that bad. You're not that bad of a looker to look at." I guess that was his way of saying that. But maybe I'm a bit insensitive, but I don't see the big deal with I don't really see the big deal with this. Now, at this, I'll say this, when I looked at her little spaz out session at the end that she video recorded, I think she could be lying about about just that interaction in terms of what he said. He probably didn't even say all that. But let's look at the spaz out session that she had on the guy that she decided to video record herself. Now, it's interesting that she didn't video record the guy, but
the video.
And I kept moving out of the way. Oh, that's him. Ew. Oh, fuck off. No. I don't give a shit. It's inappropriate. I don't appreciate it. And it made me feel fucking uncomfortable. This is a place where I come to feel fucking safe. Oh, I should be. Yes, I know. And you made me feel unsafe. I don't fucking appreciate it.
So when you hear women start spazzing out like this and using these kind of this kind of terminology in the language, this is where, like, this is what you call a classic. This is not a regular female meltdown. This is like a liberal, like a loony lefty meltdown, a loony lefty like liberal meltdown. You know, there's a difference between like the average like woman just having a meltdown and this. there's a difference.
And for me to have to go, oh no, it's okay. No, it's not okay. I'm fucking autistic. This is my fucking safe space. I come here to fucking lift, and you're fucking disgusting. As I'm moving out of the way so you can see yourself in the fucking mirror. Fuck you. Wow.
Yeah. So, and plus with the lack of dudes supporting her, I'm pretty sure he probably didn't even say much. She probably added on some stuff to it. And for him to say, I rescind my apology, watch this. And there's like no dudes. I'm talking about she got no male simps backing her up. Usually there's always that one male simp that's going back abroad up no matter what she's doing. But for her to have like no male simps to back her up, I think she's just spurging out. I guess I hope I'm saying that term correctly. I don't even like using that term. This is like a complete meltdown.
Oh, what?
I rescind my apologies. You're nuts.
He said, I rescind my apology. You're nuts. She is nuts. And I'm talking about even the girl that I guess she brought with her to get him in trouble, and for her to not even back her up, I don't know. She's probably lying about that story though. She probably lying about that. Somebody said she is a liar and has an IQ of about 25. Any boy over age 6 is going to stare at a set of big knockers moving around in front of him, regardless of whether he's a tit guy. You don't go to the gym like this unless you want someone to stare at you. Simple as it. Facts. Just with you go to the gym like this, bruh. I mean, I've never understood this thing. Why, like, particularly like the gym when I because the last time I've stepped foot in a gym, believe it or not, as fit as I am, the last time I've stepped foot in a gym was in terms of I think 20. I think I remember I've always said 2016, but it's actually 2017 because I do remember doing team workouts for my team in college, but there was no girls there. So I'll say the last time I stepped foot in a gym, like a commercial gym to work out was, I'll say 2016. Now I have male relatives, they go to the edge and all this stuff. But when I went to the gym when I was younger or when I was in high school to the public gyms, I never saw no broads wearing no just basically a bra and nothing and just completely tight yoga pants. Most of the women were covered up for the most part. Now it was Planet Fitness. It was a Planet Fitness, so I can't, you know what I mean? But for the most part, most of the women over there, I didn't see them with like sports bras. Like I don't know what happened between the year 2016 and now in these past damn near decade now where women think it's okay to just show up to the gym with basically nothing on. I don't know where this started. I think this started around like 2018 or 2019. That's just my opinion. But it seemed like around 2018, 2019, maybe I'm missing something, but just bras, they just come in there. I didn't I'm you'll there are videos on Instagram where broads are showing up to these, you know, gyms, these rich gyms, whatever. They go to these private workouts, these group sessions, and the broad is literally wearing underwear. It's just she's barefoot. She got an underwear on and a goddamn shower cap on. I'm like, when has this been accept? When has they decided to let this be allowed? The bitch is literally or bitch is working out. I've seen videos. It's like the bitch only got on. She literally has on a damn near a bikini type wear. It's basically how she woke up is how she her wake up attire is her gym attire. A gray tank top that's like a bra slash it's basically a bra, but it's like a Calvin Klein type bra slash tank top and underwear, basically like bikini underwear for the bottom, and she's barefoot. I'm like, this is how you like walk. This is like even walking around the house, you probably can't be wearing something like that in your own house, and they're wearing that to the gym. So I don't know when this became acceptable, and then for them to be shocked that somebody has something to say about it is just beyond me. It's beyond me. Yeah, autistic. As soon as she said autistic, I'm like, she's capping. She's capping. As soon as she said, I'm autistic, this is my safe space. I'm like, whoa, she wilding. Yeah, white girls with raptor claw nails is diabolical. Yeah, any white girl looking like that, that's a girl full of all types of trauma. Now, if you want to deal with that, yeah, that's what I was thinking. So I'm sorry for messing up my words, but that's exactly the term I was looking for. So long live the king said, yep, she likely altered his exact words. He probably said something similar to that, but nothing to how she said it. And even then, I didn't think that was a big deal. Nick says, LOL, they be wearing it. Can confirm in 2025. Those Nike pros, I think, in a bra, but wear a long tee to cover up when nobody's around the gym. Okay, so it looks like I'm spot on because I'll see the stuff. Even I'm talking about women I know. I'm like, I hope you're not wearing that to the gym. I'm like, when has this became acceptable? But like I said, it's been damn near a decade since I've been inside a gym, and it was a Planet Fitness, so it's a little bit different. But we talking about Edge, Equinox, or any like private gyms. I know there's this church I used to play keys at, and you'll have these gyms, right? It was a gym right across it, and you'll see some of these girls come in basically with underwear on, respectfully, and I say this respectfully. Or how about this? Was just at a Walgreens week ago after my pickup. I was doing a pickup game. Went to Walgreens. Girls in the aisle, yoga pants, bra on. But they call it a sports bra, but it's basically a bra. I'm like, now she was cute. I'm not saying she wasn't cute. I wasn't complaining about it, but I'm like I'm because I already know she got to do. I know she got to do. There's no way if that's my woman, I would be okay with that. There's no way. You can't be okay with that. Even wearing it around the house, I'd be like, yo, we got company coming over. Can you find a shirt, please? Thank you. What are we doing? Right? But I don't like I said, I thought I was out the loop. Because I used to be like, this is because I used to ask people, I'm like, is this what women are wearing to the gym nowadays? Because I'm like, maybe it's just my Instagram just playing tricks on me, but I can't what I can't even show you some of the clips I've seen from like these private trainers. These private trainers will post their private workouts. They'll do like an all woman private workout, and he's basically using the women's physicality to gain views. So the private trainer, the male private trainers, they know what they're doing. But I'm looking at what they're wearing. I'm like, they're wearing stuff that, like, even if your girl was walking around the house, if your girl was walking around with that same attire, you'd be like, oh, it's about to be on tonight. That's literally the attire that they're wearing in public. Like if you saw your girl in that attire, you'll be like, oh, I'm about to get some. There's no way. But I digress. But shout out to Nick. Thank you for letting me know, because I'm like, I used to think maybe it's just, yeah, this is what bras is wearing. He said they look like boxers, almost if men did the same. They're wearing underwear. Garrett Grant says, I've seen videos of women going to the gym in other places with nothing but body paint as a stunt. I've seen that as well. I've seen OnlyFans chicks try to make promotional videos at gyms, and then the people working at the gym is like, yo, get out of here. We know what you're doing. So it's just the epidemic of attention-seeking women going to these gyms, making a GD fool out themselves, right? And just if you as a man, you say something, then you wrong. You get put on blast. Thank God for guys like Joey Swole, right? And these people. Thank God for Joey Swole, man. I mean, because you got to have at least one dude in the mainstream, right? In the mainstream of things, or in the mainstream algorithm, that has the balls to call out attention-seeking behavior. He's like, you need to do better. I love that guy. Because he doesn't really just call out women, he calls out men too. But I'm like, I'm thankful there's at least one dude in the mainstream that can call out this stuff, because it's like what, we can't say nothing about this. They're just gonna keep wearing less and less and less and less until somebody says something, and then somebody says something, and then, oh, you shouldn't be staring. Nah, man, come on. So thankfully, yeah, that's why me personally, I don't go to gyms. I can maybe probably go back to a Planet Fitness, but I'm seeing Planet Fitness vids of women with the yoga pants, doing the most. And I am, especially because I talk to women. Most women I know They never feel comfortable in those yoga pants. So why do you, especially like, because people don't understand the bacteria. If you're wearing yoga pants consistently, especially a lot of them are, they'll wear it without no drawers on. A lot of them, the bacteria buildup and the way that the chafing, right, that women go through, is particularly thicker women. They never feel comfortable in those things, but they still love to wear it. So there's no excuse. It's all attention seeking. Let's go to Riley Gaines. I think I've done enough. Let's go to Riley Gaines. Let's go to Riley Gaines. Let's go to Riley Gaines. Let me just make sure I'm not missing anything that is related to this epidemic. Let me just make sure I'm anything that's related to this epidemic. Make sure I'm not missing it. Okay, I went over that. Oh, you know what? Oh no, I already went over that. That was I saw something comedy related. My bad. We already went over that. Remember that comedy kind of segment I did when I was like, what is the top 10? Who are the top 10 comics? And I had asked you guys, I was like, look, I think Chris Rock, I have him higher on my list than Dave Chappelle and Bill Burr. And I was shocked that you guys agreed with me. I was like, I thought I was the only one that felt that way. Respectfully to Dave Chappelle, though, right? But I guess there's this thing going on where people think that Dave Chappelle can do no wrong. Because there's been a couple comics, particularly Corey Holcomb, he kind of went viral for his opinion on Dave Chappelle, but he's not the only one with that opinion. There's a lot of people that I would put, over Chappelle, respectfully. But anyways, I already went over that segment. This is the video, though. This is the video that went viral. So, right, this is what this Riley Gaines and Simone Biles beef. This is what started it off, right? You have a team, a state championship, a softball team. The picture here that you see, so these are a bunch of, mind you, these are like middle schoolers. These are all middle schoolers, right? The picture that you see for the softball team, that was the star player. This is a man. Sorry, this is a boy, right? This is a transformer. Okay. Apparently, he/she was very dominant, and due to he or she's pitching, they won the softball championship. And I will say this: congratulations, my son. Well, Young Doga said they wear leggings with no underwear consistently. Are you for real? For real? How do you know this? Well, or they'll wear obviously some kind of some type of undergarment that won't show with their black leggings, right? But a lot of them they'll go bare. A lot of them will just go bare. A lot of them will just go bare, put the yoga pants on. It's particularly if they don't have any type of undergarments. Like it's particularly if they don't have any undergarments that's not going to blend in with the yoga pants that they're gonna wear. But they'll tell you, oh yeah, it gets sweaty over there. I'd be scratching and all this stuff. I'd be chafing and all this. And I'm like, why do you still? Never mind. Why don't you just? And I think there's no excuse. It's clear they know what they're doing, and plus they see the amount of attention that other women get from wearing these type of yoga pants. So the women end up following suit. Young Doga said, "Yeah, Dave clearly has a prime in comedy and a post prime that the normies can see, just not as funny. Still funny though, of course, because he's still in my top 10. He's still in my top 10. you know. But I guess people think that's hating. I got because Corey Holcomb called a lot of slack, and all he said was, "I don't think his stand up." He says that Dave Chappelle tends to ramble a lot in his stand up, and he's not wrong. he's not wrong. Chappelle came to Hartford in I think 2016 or 2017. I was in college at the time, and he bombed, and it was a thing. So maybe I'm biased on that, and maybe there's something to that. And plus, especially not my roommate, but my roommate's friend had came through talking about the thing, and then I saw it on live TV. I saw it on World Star. I'm like, damn! And I keep seeing reports of him just being up there high as hell, just rambling for hours, but he gets away with it because he's Dave Chappelle. This isn't the first time I heard that stuff, but you know, people they get in their feelings on that. So Pyro said he bombed. What do you mean it was a massive fail? Not necessarily a massive fail. Like sometimes as a comic, when you bomb, sometimes it's just your jokes aren't hitting, and sometimes when you bomb, you get booed off the stage, or you got people they'll call you out. Corey Holcomb had talked about his personal story where it was an old man in the crowd. He said the old man in the crowd stood up. It was like an old white man. He's like, "Are you gonna say some jokes?" That's one of the funniest like third person stories, or was it second person stories I ever heard in my life. Are you going to tell some jokes? But Chappelle, he tends to ramble. I've heard this from many people. Many people. And I heard it from my roommate's friend. I looked at the video online. I'm like, this nigga looks out of it, right? But Chappelle's still one of the GOATs, right? But he tends to he'll go on a lecture or something. He'll do that from time to time, but he gets away with it because he has enough clout. He's Dave Chappelle. He has enough clout to pull it, right? But anyway, this particular picture, this is what started it off. Marissa Rothenberger. Congratulations, my son. Now I'm playing with it. I'm playing. Oh, by the way, you know, maybe I'm feeling a bit generous in my personal life. Remember when I talked about the Transformer dude that I played an instrument for in a studio session? So I met up with him in his Rainbow Crew yesterday. Believe it or not, last night they all came through. Solid session. I didn't play on this one though because they had to redo it. They had to redo the live performance because of file corruption, whatever. Something happened to the producer of the whole shindig. Something happened to his PC, so he lost a lot of performances. So he had to redo it. He came through. He came through with the vocals. He came through with the fruit booty background singers. Anyway, let me leave that alone. Had a nice conversation with Broski. He even said a funny ass Section 8 joke. I did not see that coming. I did not see that coming. Hopefully he doesn't follow my channel because apparently my IG tag is still out there. So there's some people from time to time. There's some people from that group or from that studio that knows that are subscribed to my YouTube channel. But yeah, so I've been feeling a little bit generous lately. I've been feeling a little bit generous. A little bit more sympathetic to the I can't even say that with a straight face. I can't even say that with a straight face, man. Oh man. Do I even have do I have the background picture for this? Don't I have the background picture? Come on, what happened to my I had Simon as one of my background pictures, the guy from the Ugandan interview. I'm so mad I don't have his picture anymore. Anyways, oh, I think I do. Yeah. They would not approve. They would not approve of me performing for that studio session. But I'll say this: so since they redoed it, I wasn't in this one. I was just watching. I've been feeling generous lately. He said, hopefully he doesn't find you attractive. Nah, he has a husband. I couldn't find him though. He was like, my husband is outside. He doesn't know the place, how the studio works. And I volunteered to find him in the parking lot because he was lost or whatever, and I couldn't find him. So I went back into the studio. I couldn't fetch him, and another girl came in to volunteer to look for him. I didn't know who to look for. I didn't ask what his husband looked like, or etc. I'm like, oh, hopefully I could just find a dude that's just waiting outside. I couldn't find him out, so I went back upstairs. Oh man, I'm being very specific right now. Anybody that's from my state, they probably know exactly what I'm talking about, unfortunately. But yeah, I've been feeling generous lately. I've been feeling a bit sympathetic. Yo, I sound like how. Actually, let me not make that analogy. But let's bring it back to Simone Biles and Riley Gaines, because I think this is some interesting stuff, man. What's the Instagram post? Oh, right here. So back to the original topic at hand. Back to the meat of the discussion, right? Simone Biles addresses former swim athlete Riley Gaines over transformer athlete remark, right? So initially, so I guess it's a high school. I think it's a high school league. My bad. Sorry about that. So the Minnesota State High School League sees Meet Champlin Park, the Class AAA softball state champion, and they had turned the comments off. And Riley Gaines had something to say about the team that won the championship because they had a man on the team, right? Or a boy, whatever you want to say. So Simone Biles had replied to Riley Gaines. She goes on to say, "You're truly sick. All of this campaigning because you lost the race. Straight up sore loser. You should be uplifting the transformer community and perhaps finding a way to make sports inclusive or creating a new avenue where transformers feel safe in sports. Maybe a transformer category in all sports, but instead you bully them. One thing's for sure is no one in sports is safe with you around." Right? Now, I'll say this. People might be shocked at what I'm about to say. I agree with Simone Biles here. I agree. I'm not even, I swear I'm not trolling. I agree. I think that if Riley Gaines never lost to a man, I think she would be in a different career arc. In fact, I think she'd be bragging about it. She just seems like the type, right? Let's analyze Simone Biles' reply, though. I want to analyze this. Let's look at this. First sentence: "You're truly sick. All of this campaigning because you lost the race." I agree with this. She goes straight up sore loser. Remember, I call Riley Gaines a sore loser. So that's why I can't even disagree with Simone Biles, because I said the exact same thing about Riley Gaines for different reasons, mind you, for different reasons. But I said the exact same thing about Riley Gaines. I called her a sore loser, right? She goes, you should be uplifting the Transformer community and perhaps finding a way to make sports inclusive or creating a new avenue where Transformers feel safe in sports. Now, people might misconstrue that last sentence, or that, the second to last sentence. But I think that was her liberal way of saying, because Simone Biles is a liberal, obviously. No doubt about it. But she said, why don't you try to come up with a solution in terms of putting Transformers in their own category? But since Simone Biles is a liberal, she has to say it the long way. By saying you should be uplifting the Transformer community. So when they see uplifting the Transformer community, they're going to take it as she's supporting the Transformer community. I don't think so. I think that's her way of saying, I think if you ask Simone Biles, should Transformers be in male sports, I think she would disagree. I think Simone Biles would disagree. Like most women now, they don't want Transformers in female sports. Now they say that, right? But that was her liberal way of saying maybe the Transformers need their own category. So right here, she even says it in the next sentence, maybe a Transformer category in all sports. But she goes, but instead, you bully them. One thing's for sure is no one in sports is safe with you around. And I agree. And when she says you bully them, I think what Riley Gaines is doing here, commenting on, a high school Transformer kid, if a man her age did the exact same thing that Riley Gaines did right here, they would call him a bully. I'll say this, if I was doing the same thing that Riley Gaines was doing, talking about they turned the comments off, talking about a team with a Transformer on it, or when I tell people about the story how in my home state, I knew a track runner that ran against the first Transformer track athlete that competed against him in the state championship, and I was talking about, damn, I wish I could have been there to see that. People would call me a bully for making fun of that situation. So Riley Gaines here, she does come across as a bully. Which comes into question, why is Riley Gaines really doing all of this? Why is she? Is it really you're trying to protect female sports? Is it really that? Is it? This is where I come in. Pause. Exactly. Garrett Grant said, I agree too, especially on the Transformer category idea. Now, if you ask Simone Biles, like on some personal ish, I'm pretty sure if you get her to talk for real, she'll be like, yeah, I agree Transformers should have a category. That was her way of saying the Transformers should have the category by saying, by calling out Riley Gaines and saying like, yo, maybe instead of trolling them, maybe you should come up with a solution, but instead you're bullying them. And I agree. I think Riley Gaines comes across as a bully. If a man was doing exactly what Riley Gaines was doing, they would say he's a bully and he's insensitive. But they want to, particularly the conservatives, they want to, champion Riley. But I'll say, especially in Riley's position, I wouldn't be commenting on, high school sports or etc. Those at the end of the day, those are kids. really. But that's to the layman's term. If that was a man doing the same thing, he'd be coming across as a bully due to the age of the girls that he's trolling. So what makes Riley Gaines any different? So and by the way, I'll say this. I really, at this point, I don't care that Transformers are taking over female sports. So both Riley Gaines and Simone Biles would be mad at me for saying that. So it's not me. Like I'm not caping for Simone Biles because she's black or any of these things. I'm just looking at it objectively. To the layman's terms, if Riley Gaines was a boy, he'd come across as a bully for going in on high schoolers. Now, look at Riley Gaines' response to Simone Biles. This is why I'm going to tell you why I'm on Simone Biles' side. Okay? And this is what, mind you, when women are dissing each other, this is the cold-hearted, disses, women will do to each other when they're dissing each other, like where it's really out of pocket, right? So let's look at Riley Gaines' tweet in response to Simone Biles, because all Simone Biles did was like all she did was call out Riley Gaines for being a bully. I didn't look at the Simone Biles tweet as a support for the Transformer community. I looked at the tweet as her calling out Riley Gaines for being a sore loser and a bully. Now, obviously, for Simone Biles, her liberal perspective, of course, she's going to support any minority cause or Transformer cause. Yeah, we know that. We know that. Obviously, in the back of her mind, she does that. But that tweet was just specifically calling out Riley Gaines. Is like, she's basically saying, like, look, you as a female athlete you really weren't that good anyways. The only reason why you're going after these high school kids is because you really wasn't that good of a female athlete yourself. That's really what Simone Biles wants to say. And I think Simone Biles has the right to say that, because Simone Biles is probably the greatest female athlete of all time. When you think about the greatest female athletes of all time, Simone Biles is up there with, Serena Williams. What's the Jamaican female runner? Shelly Ann Price. I forgot. I'm blanking on her name. Like those, like Simone Biles is up there with the GOATs when it comes to female athletes. So really, I think she's trying to take a dig at Riley Gaines in terms of the only reason why you going after the Transformer community, particularly the kids, is because you really wasn't that good anyways. So she's comes across as a sore loser and a bully, which is what I said. So I would be hypocritical to say Simone Biles is out of bounds, because I've said similar. Different perspective, but I've said similar. So this is what Riley Gaines did as a clapback to Simone Biles. She goes, all the horrific sexual abuse Simone Biles witnessed and spoke out against, caused by one man, yet believes women should be forced to strip naked in front of men to validate the man's feelings. You know how many gold medals you'd have if your inclusive dream came true? 0. Now, Riley Gaines is out of pocket for this response, because I don't think Simone Biles was coming from the standpoint of Transformers should be allowed in the female locker rooms. I'm 100% sure Simone Biles doesn't believe, like, I'm 100% sure. How about I am 90% sure that Simone Biles doesn't agree with Transformers in the female locker rooms. I'm pretty sure she doesn't want the Transformers in the locker rooms. Simone Biles was just calling you out for being a bully because the tweet was on some high school kids, right? Now, for you to respond back and to bring up Larry Nassar as your retort is out of pocket. And that was just, that's when females dig back, it's always passive aggressive, right? Bringing up a potential SA that might have happened to Simone with Larry Nassar as a clapback, that's out of pocket. If somebody has said something to me and I had brought up somebody getting SA'd, they would say I'm being insensitive, which is insensitive. This is an insensitive response. Now, here's the irony. When you look at the last part of Riley Gaines' tweet, she says, you know how many gold medals you'd have if your inclusive dream came true? 0. Now, whether that's true or not, who knows? But it's interesting that she says this. Because I want to ask Riley Gaines a question right after this. I would have to ask her, look, do you believe men and women should have equal pay when it comes to sports? And I would have to test her consistency or her congruency. Because a lot of the women that you see talking about men are taking over female sports, we got to do something, those same women are still campaigning for equal pay, believe it or not. The same ones, I'm talking about the conservative women, the liberal women, they're all complaining about Transformers in sports and that men are taking over. And if men were to take over the sports, we ain't gonna have a job. Yet they still campaign for equal pay. So I would have to ask Riley Gaines, do you believe that men and women should have equal pay when it comes to sports? I would like to hear her opinion on this. Because just from that last part of this tweet alone, just from that last tweet alone, the standard is set. I love her tactic though. Look, ask them, and it should, like I said, it shouldn't even be no hesitation. It should not. I don't want to hear people talking about ticket sales. No. I don't. F all that. F all that. Ticket sales, all of that, whatever. Just off that statement alone, you know how many gold medals you had if your inclusive dream came true? 0. So what you're saying is, if there were Transformers in the spot, or if they were basically what you believe are men cosplaying as women, if they were at the same, if she was competing with them, she would lose. All right, fine. Do you believe men and women, do you believe there should be equal pay when it comes to men and women's sports? And if there's even a slight hesitation, I'm not buying it. I'm not buying your, we need to see female sports. Nah, maybe we should just let nature take its course. Now, I believe this when it comes to gymnastics. When it comes to gymnastics, people would rather watch female gymnastics than male gymnastics, right? And there's certain moves that men can do in gymnastics that women can't do, and vice versa. So when it comes to gymnastics, I would have to do more research on, like, say, if transformers were to come into female gymnastics, how would that really affect the competition? Because gymnastics is a little bit of a different sport than the others. Particularly, how many transformers are under the height of like 5'7"? I've never met, dude. Even the transformer artist that I was talking about, he's like 6'2", and all of his friends 6'2". All of these they be always like they be big people, bro. What? So I don't know how that would translate in terms of if a male gymnast were to turn into a man per se and become a female gymnast. Sorry, if a man were to turn into a woman and become a female gymnast, I don't know what the results would be. I would need to do more research behind that, because there's certain moves that male gymnasts can do that women can't do, and vice versa. Right? Pyro with the $2 super chat. Shout out to you.
We got money, nigga. We got money, nigga. We got money, nigga.
So Pyro says, Chris, I would do the same thing. Didn't you get SA'd? Now, if you had said that to Simone Biles as a man, most people would cancel you. You do know that, right? That's the thing. That's the thing. This is why I'm siding with Simone Biles in this beef, because I don't think a man, like, say if I was trolling Simone Biles, right? Or no. How would I say this? Say if I was a man and I was coming from Riley Gaines' position, and Simone Biles calls me out, and then I reply like you did, Pyro. Didn't you get SA'd by a man and all that? So aren't you? So how are you advocating for this and blah blah blah? They would say I was out of pocket. So like I said, in so far with this so-called beef, right? I am siding with Simone Biles. I'm siding with Simone Biles. And also Riley Gaines, she's always, I think the normies or how about this, the conservatives, they'll see it soon. They'll see the disingenuous nature of her. They'll see it soon. The same thing like they ended up seeing it with Tommy Lauren, Megyn Kelly, right? Ann Coulter, etc. Even though with Ann Coulter, we already know what she was doing. She was doing it for views, right? But Megyn Kelly, etc. These people, their inner feminism. It'll eventually claw out of them. It'll claw out of him. But I'm siding with Simone Biles on this. Now, irony is this, because remember on this channel, I've told you black women don't like Simone Biles. Right? So I'm on the shade room. So this is very interesting. But a lot of black women, they don't mess with white, like they have a serious, jealousy / hatred for the average like blonde white woman. Right? But here you have, the typical conservative, blonde white woman attacking, etc., a black woman, and also bringing up her sexual abuse trauma. So it's very interesting when you look at these comment section. Which side are the black women going to choose when it comes to this beef? This is very interesting stuff. So I replied to this comment. So we got this one, because it's gonna be a lot of sisters in this comment. It's gonna be a lot of sisters in this comment section. She goes, the comments, it hurts my brain. It's quite interesting. Quite interesting. So right here, because whose side, if you're a black woman, if you're the average black woman, who do you take? Here you have Riley Gaines, the average, like she represents like the average white woman that they hate on, right? But Riley Gaines is arguing that there should be no men in sports. But she's attacking Simone Biles, another fellow black woman who they don't really like in general, but is still a black woman. It's still a white woman attacking a black woman just off the optics. Who's that's also bringing up her sexual trauma to prove her point. So which side do they take? This is very interesting. So right here, you have Perfect Angel. She says, I mean, men and women's sports isn't biologically fair. Please don't at me. Interesting. Another woman, another B-dub. She says, nah, Riley Gaines got a point. Sorry. Here we got a black woman. Here she says, bringing up her sexual assault is so dirty. Nobody has the right to use that against her. Right? But it's interesting. It's a very interesting perspective. I thought bringing up sexual trauma used to be off limits. It's interesting. So a lot of black, because remember, I already told you, black women in general, they don't like Simone Biles because she has love for her husband, Jonathan Owens, and we already been through the ringer when it comes to that. Like I said, so if Simone Biles had married a white dude, she would be loved. That's my opinion. But she married a black man that likes himself. Because look, before Jonathan Owens even said he was the prize and etc., I remember when Jonathan Owens and Simone Biles got married. I tell the story all the time on this channel. I saw the pictures of them getting married, and I thought it was a lovely picture. I reposted the picture on my page. I put it on my story because I thought it was a nice picture. I didn't look at the comments. Later on, I just happened to look at the comments, and it's all black women dissing Simone Biles and her edges in her hair and how she looks out of place and etc. And I was like, what is wrong with these bitches, man? I said something is wrong with these bitches. Like I was like, these people and they talking about, oh, what's happening with black love and why don't black men want to be with black women? Bruh. I was like, something wrong with these hoes, man. I was like, man, so I remember looking at that comment section. So there was already a hatred, there was already a dislike with her already off rip. Because she decided to marry Jonathan Owens. And then on top of that, when that interview came out with Jonathan Owens on the podcast, and seeing Simone Biles supporting Jonathan Owens 10 toes down, right? Even with his football career, et cetera, her showing up to the games. But it got to the point where, because remember when Jonathan Owens was in the playoffs, it was a whole crew of BWs just rooting for the team that he's playing against. I'm like, he's not even the star of the team, but you going for a team just because you going for the other team just because Jonathan Owens is on it. I said, damn. Like they acted like that, like Jonathan Owens said like something hateful. And all he said about Simone Biles was this: look, I didn't go out with Simone Biles because of her accomplishments. I went out with her because I like her for who she is. And he became villain number one overnight in the summer because he said, I like Simone Biles for who she is, not because of her accomplishments. So this is going to be an interesting comment section because there's always been an underlying hatred for Simone Biles, but particularly because of her dating choices or her marriage choices. The dude that she chose to marry. Ainsley, good evening. Oh, by the way, actually, no, I'm not gonna shout out the town that you live in. Let me not do that. Let me not do that because I was about to bring up something from the Star Report. But shout out to Ainsley in the building, man. Shout out to Ainsley. You already know. Do I got a sound bite for him? I don't know. I don't have I gotta have a sound bite for certain people that come in. I definitely got to do that. I definitely got to do that. But this is an interesting comment section. It is an interesting comment section, man. Because at the end of the day, it's still a white woman attacking a black woman off the optics. And you know how that usually goes. If it just seems like a white woman is attacking a black woman, is just going to be all black women just going to the side of the black woman. But like, especially on the Shade Room. But since it's Simone Biles, so shout out to this sister here. She says, Simone said what the F she said. Most of you lack reading comprehension skills. I agree. Because when you look at Simone Biles' tweet, all she's saying is her tweet isn't supporting the Transformer community. She just thinks that Riley Gaines is being a bully. And I agree. I agree with that. I agree with that. I think Riley Gaines, she's that's her lane now, and she's going after high school students. She's attacking them. And I agree, but let's look at the responses that this black woman gets. This is very interesting. Here you have a black woman sticking up for a black woman, but it's Simone Biles. So let's see how the other black women respond to her sticking up for Simone Biles. So basically all the women are basically saying, no, men shouldn't be in women's sports. Well, duh. But that's not what she said. Somebody said, you obviously can't read. She said they needed their own categories, but you know that if you can read. I'll say this, though, and it's no disrespect to my ninjas, but we have when it comes to reading comprehension, we do have a reading comprehension problem. I would say not just with black people, but really with people in the United States in general. We do have a reading comprehension problem. Including myself. I'm not disqualifying myself, but this is why I really try to pay attention to what I read because people read with their opinions, their pre-programmed opinions, their biases, right? People don't read with an open mind. They already have their agendas. So you got to make sure you let me give you an example, right? So remember when that report came out, that fake TMZ report that came out the next day that DDG's request was denied, but really if you read the actual the court order, it hasn't been denied, but the hearing has been delayed. But at the same time, when you actually look at the actual order, Halo can't travel until the hearing starts. So Hallie will not be able to travel with Halo until the court until the court hearing happens. But TMZ and the shade room, they kind of ran with it. or the people in Hallie's camp ran with it like it was a win. But that's just when you're reading something and you already have your biases and you have all these agendas still kind of like your intentions locked in with it, people don't read what they're supposed to read. So that's why, like, the way I'm reading this, I don't look at this as her supporting the Transformer community. She's finding she's it was another fancy way of saying, like, why don't you encourage the Transformers to have their own category? And that's kind of a long way of her saying that, instead of bullying them. That's so Simone Biles and like I said, what did she said? You're a straight up sore loser. So she's implying that Riley Gaines, you washed and you going after Transformer teenagers to prove your point. You a bully. In other words, Riley Gaines, she's washed. and I've said similar. I've said similar. So if we're going out from that logic, and if I'm being consistent here, I got to take Simone Biles' side right here. If we're just going off the logical consistency. Okay. So we got a dude here who looks, well, this is a gay dude. So his name is Wavy Kendall. He said, it's always us who don't read. Simone is against the unnecessary disrespect. She also said Transformers should have their own category instead of being shunned from sports altogether. That's how I took it too. Now, this is obviously a rainbow dude. His name is Wavy Kendall. So we already know this man is rainbow. We already know this man is rainbow. But I agree. That's how I took Simone Biles' tweet. Somebody said, nah, Simone, you out of bounds on this one. Okay, so this is what should scare people right here. Vlad TV, a man who I don't fuck with. He says, I love Simone Biles, but I'm with Riley Gaines on this one. Winning a championship because you have a male on your team is cheating and unfair to the young girls who worked hard to get there. So if Vlad TV's on your side, that's probably not the side I want to be on, respectfully. Somebody said, we're not canceling Simone Biles. Next story. But yeah, this is a very interesting comment section, man. This is a very interesting comment section. But I'm taking Simone Biles' side here. I'm taking her side. People might be mad at me for saying that, but I'm taking her side. Oh man. I gotta be consistent here. And the way I took her tweet exactly how that gay dude took the tweet. Pause. Right? And I think Riley Gaines was out of pocket to bring up Larry Nassar to win her point. So let's look at Riley Gaines' Twitter right now. Okay.
COVID, whatever the topic is, he has sat. This past week, the state of California, specifically Gavin Newsom, has been in the hot seat. We have known Gavin Newsom to be this fence sitter, whether it's men and women's sports, whether it's COVID, whatever the topic is, he has sat on the fence continually. And
yeah. Okay. So Riley Gaines is saying that Simone Biles personally attacked and body shamed her. How does wait? They say Simone Biles body shamed her when? I must have missed it. But what's she talking about? Simone Biles. Does she got a tweet? Okay, let's look at Simone Biles tweeter. Let's look at her tweeter. Yeah, I think everybody took Simone Biles' tweet wrong. I don't know why here's the thing. Whenever women are this is interesting. Isn't this interesting? So whenever women feel wronged by another woman, they think that they get to they will use another woman's sexual trauma against her. If the woman disagrees with the other woman, the woman will be the first one quick to bring up somebody's sexual trauma against them. This is interesting stuff, man. This is interesting. Because they'll be mad at dudes for bringing up, like if a dude's arguing with a woman, they get mad when a dude brings up, oh, she got daddy issues and etc. But it seems like whenever a woman is given an opinion that I guess goes against women's interests, they'll be the first one to bring up the sexual trauma against you. This is some interesting stuff, man. This is crazy work. Look at the comments. You got women bringing up Larry Nassar. That's interesting. Now, mind you, if Pyro had did that, he would have said he's an awful human being. But I guess women can just they can just do that. That's wild. That's wild. That's wild. This is interesting stuff, man. This is some interesting stuff. Nick said, "Don't most read on a 6th grade level." You mean like ninjas, or just the general pop? Because I heard like something crazy with ninjas where it was like they said it was like 4th grade level, or something crazy like that when it came to ninjas. But I think for the general pop for the general population, I think it's like 8th grade level. That is a lot. There's just a lot of kids that they're just not reading at the level that they're supposed to be at. It's just he goes general population. So yeah. So 6th grade level is about right. But I thought it was 8th grade level. Last I read on some studies, they said 8th grade level. They said barely 8th grade level, right? But yeah, reading comprehension, I don't think it's people's strong suit. Maybe I'm missing. Maybe I'm missing something because I'm looking at the tweet. I don't see. I don't look at her as. Maybe because I'm looking at it differently, because Simone Biles is one of the greatest female athletes of all time. I don't really, because I think people are looking at this sentence right here. You should be uplifting the trans community. And once they saw that part of the sentence, I think it just shut off most people's brain, right? I'll say this: women are really feeling a certain type of way about the Transformers taking over these sports. They're really feeling a certain type of way about this. And I think I'll say this: men are a little bit too, particularly conservative men, or they're a little bit too involved in trying to quote unquote save female sports. That should be the liberals' job. Not really conservative male's job, but that's just my opinion. But when I look at this tweet, I don't look at it as Simone Biles supporting the Transformers. I kind of look at it as her taking a dig at Riley Gaines, saying, "Yo, you washed. You only doing this because you lost to him. Stop targeting high school, under, kids that are underage." That's how I'm looking at this tweet. Now, I do find it interesting that Riley Gaines or other women can just bring up somebody's sexual trauma passive aggressively. She's like she brought it up passive aggressively to bring up a point, but it was a passive aggressive way to bring up her sexual trauma. This is how women diss each other. You know, this is interesting though. This is very interesting. Okay, so because there's a lot of people they think that that she's supporting the Transformers. I don't see it that way because she even says, why don't they have a Transformer category in all sports? She literally says that as the last sentence. I don't know. I think because what happened, yeah, it's not just reading comprehension. It's just people got they think a certain way. So yeah, the whole Transformers taking over female sports, it really does. It really triggers something with women. This is interesting stuff. This is very interesting stuff, man. Yeah, he says. Pyro says, "Do people just read without understanding?" Yeah, they like. Let me take something simple. Let's make fun of the normies real quick. When we talk about Allen Iverson with the practice situation, right? The Allen Iverson interview that's gonna go down in infamy. Practice? What are we talking about? But most people aren't savvy enough to be like, okay, what's the full story behind this? And if you look at literally the full interview of that conference or whatever, he had a personal friend, a friend in his personal life or a family member that passed away, and because of that, he needed a break. And somebody wanted to bring up that he had missed practice, and he's like, "Bro, what are we talking?" And that triggered him, and he went off on that rant. But people took it as, "Oh man, Allen Iverson doesn't practice." Now, I'll say this too, because people took that way too far, you know. But like, yeah, most normies they took it as, "Oh, Allen Iverson doesn't practice," right? Now, let's scrap that. Now, let's go to something else. Let's go to something different. Fans will call certain players lazy when they find out, oh, they don't practice, or it'll be like some French player, they find out he missed practice or etc. And I remember having to tell the normies, particularly when it comes to the soccer community, but in all sports, whoever the star player is, a lot of the times they can miss practice. And I remember I used to make this kind of argument, and people used to, "Oh, you just make an excuse. You don't know what you're talking about." I used to. There were certain soccer players when I was in high school. I used to tell people, I'm like, "Yo, this particular player, he doesn't practice, right?" "Oh, you don't know what you're talking about." And then it literally comes out 10 years later. "Oh, Messi barely practiced." Because now all these soccer players, they have podcasts now. I used to tell people, I'm like, Messi doesn't practice every single fucking day. You guys do know that, right? Messi doesn't practice it. Like, it's only a few star players that really train like maniacs. Now I'm like, Messi doesn't practice like that. Ronaldo does, right? But Brazilian Ronaldo, he barely practiced. Ronaldinho. I'm like, there are like even the star players that you really think let's think of outside of Michael Jordan and Kobe Bryant, you really think LeBron James has to practice every single you think LeBron James is practicing every single time? You think Kevin Durant, you saw all the concessions they made for Kawhi Leonard? When you a star athlete, you don't have to they literally give you that option a lot of the times. Some people have it like that. Some people have it like that. Some people don't. But when you're the star player of the team, a lot of the times Everybody's at your mercy, particularly when you talk about American sports. But it's not just American sports. But a lot of normies, they just they just think everything is symmetrical. Nah, man, everybody don't get treated the same, man. But like I said, that's usually that would be my analogy that I would use, right? My sports analogy. Because when people talk, oh, Allen, don't be like Allen Iverson, not practicing and blah blah blah. Nigga, most star players don't be practicing. They don't. Man, anyways, but let me move on. But yeah, most people they'll read something, they'll see, oh, such and such is not doing this, and they don't look at the full context. They don't look at the full interview. Somebody will say something, they don't look at the full thing. Right? I've been battling that for years. It's pointless. I used to tell people Messi don't practice all the time. And people used to be like, there's no way. Now you literally have his former teammates that have podcasts and all this stuff. And they're talking about stories how they'll be practicing and Messi would be on a damn massage table in front of everybody. I'm talking about in '08, in 2008, 2009. And people used to call me a liar. I was like, but anyways, let me move on. Let me move on before I trigger myself. Let's keep it on the Simone Biles team. Oh man. And by the way, you think Allen Iverson never practiced? Come on, man. Let's be real. Okay? But yeah, of course, but like I said, obviously Simone Biles is a liberal. There's no doubt about it. She is a liberal. She might I'm pretty sure she considers herself an ally, but we already know most women they don't want men in women's sports. And Simone Biles proved it with her tweet when she said that maybe they should have their own, the Transformers should have their own separate category. Okay, so I guess this is what they're talking about. So Simone Biles told Riley Gaines, bully someone your own size, which would ironically be a male. Okay. So I guess that's what Riley Gaines was talking about. She got body shamed by Simone Biles when Simone Biles said pick on somebody your own size, which would ironically be a male. But yeah, like I said, she mentions bully again. So like I said, I think I was spot on. I think I was spot on. She mentions bully again. So clearly Simone Biles she thinks that Riley Gaines is she's picking on easy pickings. She thinks Riley Gaines is being a bully. That's exactly what I thought. Yeah, I think I'm spot on on this subject. It's not even about the really the whether or not she supports the Transformers or not. Now Riley Gaines, I'm not sure how Riley Gaines ain't that big herself though. She can't because Simone Biles, she's like what 4'10", 4'9". Let's see. Let me see how big Riley Gaines is. How tall is she? Riley Gaines. She can't be no more than 5'2". Height and weight. Oh, she's Riley Gaines is 5'5", 136. Okay. So she's basically the size of the average woman. Yeah, what's the average size? Average female height. Yeah, 5'3". So she's just above the average height of a woman. Yeah, five. Yeah, the average height. So basically, yeah, Riley Gaines is the average height, 5'5" of the average female height, which is five. Well, the average female height is 5'3", they say. So she's 5'5". Now, maybe 5'5" is a 5'5" would be a giant to Simone Biles. So maybe that's why she said, ironically, that would be a man. A man would be your size. But to be fair, Simone Biles, everybody is a giant next to Simone Biles. That was an easy thing to explain. But anywho. So I'm looking at Riley Gaines' Twitter. It's just a lot of the so-called, female trad cons, they cosplaying, man. They cosplaying. Yeah, I'll say this. Riley Gaines does she don't got my support. She definitely doesn't have my support. Uh-oh. So now Riley Gaines is dissing. Riley Gaines is dissing now with some AI art. She's dissing with AI art. So somebody's saying that they said that Riley Gaines looked like a man. Nah. She didn't say Riley Gaines looked like a man. She said just pick on somebody your own size, which would ironically be a man. But to be fair, Simone Biles doesn't understand. Everybody is a giant next to her. Everybody is tall next to Simone Biles. She's damn near. She's barely 4'10". And maybe that is the wrong use of the word irony. Maybe it is the wrong use of the word irony. But bottom line, I know I already know what Simone Biles is saying. She's just saying that Riley Gaines is a washed female athlete that couldn't that really wasn't the real deal. Because a lot of these male athletes that are coming through, they're still not winning the ultimate titles. They're still losing to a lot of females. They're just beating most of the women in their competition. So Simone Biles is basically saying that either way you're still washed, which I agree with that. I agree with that. Let me show you some proof. Let me show you something real quick. I gotta scroll down through all my bookmarks, man. I'm dead. Did I miss it? Nope, I didn't miss it. It's still scrolling, still scrolling, still scrolling. It's got to be around here. I got to find the video of the Transformer high school athlete. Yeah, right here. This guy. His name is, what's it? A.B. Hernandez. Let me play this.
Is that even registering as you're competing?
Honestly, no. I'm still a child. You're an adult, and for you to act like a child shows how you are as a person. And nothing I can do about people's actions, just focus on my own.
On Saturday, other competitors beat Hernandez in 2 of her 3 events.
Exactly. So they're still like the Transformers. Yes, they're beating most of the female competition, but they're still losing to the best female athletes. Like they're acting like that the Transformer dudes are just overwhelming the competition. Yeah, most of it, but the best female athletes are still rising to the top. The real cream rises to the crop. The real cream rises to the top, right? So I think it's fair to say that Riley Gaines is a bit she on some sore loser type ish. It's a fair assumption.
Other competitors beat Hernandez in 2 of her 3 events. She won first place in triple jump. She is not currently ranked nationally, and she has been outperformed by over 2 meters in her jumps by girls competing in states that have banned gender-affirming care.
This is interesting. So he's still losing to women. Now he's beating a lot of women, but he's not even breaking OD records like that.
All I thought was, I don't think you understand that this puts your idiotic claims to trash. Now you have no proof that I can't be beat.
Hernandez of Rupa Valley High School. Amazing 3 wins today. What was the
SMR, long, triple, and then have high later.
And then you still got the high jump. Amazing performances so far. How are you feeling just about how the day went today at Ontario Relays?
Very excited. I don't know. I did not, after long, I was like, oh, maybe I'm not going to do as good as triple, but I'm glad that I performed pretty well, and I'm just excited.
Oh man, that's crazy work. This is crazy work. But
Is that even registering as you're competing?
Because a lot of them are still they're still losing. Now, I'll believe this. I think it's unfair to say if men were in Simone Biles' competition, she would lose because she might be the greatest female athlete of all time. And the men that are coming into the female sports, a lot of them, they're not, even though they're winning a lot, just a lot of them are still not beating the best female athletes. They're still not. You know, especially when you're talking about national ranking. So I think it's unfair to say that, oh, Simone Biles would lose to a man. Who's I don't know. I'd have to see it to believe it because Simone Biles is one of the greatest female athletes of all time. That's why I think low key it's a waste of time, particularly for conservative men to be so-called fighting for female sports, because I look at it like this. Look, man, we in 2025. Step your game up. Like, as a man, if we had females coming in and transitioning into men and they were successful, people they would actually get more praise for doing that. So, hey, if that's the era that we're living in, that's the era that we're living in. I'm not finna trip over that. I ain't finna trip over it. Okay, she goes, my response to Simone Biles after she personally attacked and body shamed me. Okay, let's this should be interesting. I might have to make this a segment. I might have to make this a separate segment. My response to Simone Biles after she personally attacked and body shamed me. I don't look at that as a personal attack or body shame, but let's hear that from Riley Gaines' perspective.
Yesterday, Simone Biles, the Olympic gymnast, the best of the best, bar none. There is no one else even remotely in her league in women's gymnastics. I guess in an attempt to be inclusive and virtuous, decided to sell out all women and girls who have dreams to achieve and to succeed, and to specifically personally attack and body shame me. She tweeted.
Whoa, I want y'all to watch this. I hope you guys caught that. Hold on for a second.
In women's gymnastics, I guess in an attempt to be inclusive and virtuous, decided to sell out all women and girls who have dreams to achieve and to succeed, and to specifically.
Interesting use of the hand motions when she goes personally to decide to sell out all women, and she already is pointing to herself. Nah, this is not about her allegedly selling out all women. This is all about you feeling like you got personally attacked by Biles when she called you out for bullying, when she low-key called you out for being washed. That's really that's really what it is.
Personally attack and body shame me. She tweeted this out of the blue, like this came out of nowhere, and she said, "Riley, me, you're truly sick. All of this."
Okay, you see, okay, look at this. She said this came out of the blue. No, you put something out there and she replied to you. Now, I'm not saying it involved her. I'm not saying it wasn't her place to reply to Riley Gaines, but to say this is out of the blue, nah, somebody was gonna respond to you. It just happened to be Simone Biles. it just happened to be Simone Biles talking about this is out of the blue. And then to no. Come on now.
This campaigning because you lost a race. First of all, if she's insinuating I lost to a man, I've lost several races in my career. Duh, that's part of being an athlete. But if she's saying I lost to a man, that's factually incorrect. We tied. Besides the point. Straight up.
He won. Continue. He got the gold. You lost.
Or loser. You should be uplifting the trans community and perhaps finding a way to make sports inclusive or creating a new avenue where trans feel safe in sports. Let me get something straight. It's my job. It's the women's job. This is what Simone Biles is saying. It's the women's job to find a way for the men's feelings to be validated, for their identity to be affirmed. That's
interesting use of terms. Still blaming all men, even though we have nothing to do with this.
not my job, actually, at all. So to say I should be doing this is insane. If she wants to use her platform to uplift men and women's sports, then by all means. But it's certainly not my job, and I don't believe it's the job of any woman to do this.
But the reason why she's calling you out, because that's your grift right now. Your grift is supposedly, saving female sports, and you're the one that's on the forefront when it's talking about that issue. This is why she's saying, why don't you come up with a real solution? That's why she's calling you out. You're basically the face of this right now. You.
She goes on to say, but instead you bully them. One thing's for sure, no one in sports is safe with you around. I can't even make sense of that last part, actually. Then out of the blue, she tweeted this. Bully someone your own size, which would ironically be a male, which is hilarious, really for two reasons. Number one, she's acknowledging there are differences, like physiological, biological differences between men and women in saying this. Secondly, I'm 5'5", which might seem like a giant to someone who's like 4'7", 4'8", but I'm pretty standard size for a woman. I guess like relatively muscular, right? Being an athlete, I would imagine Simone would understand that, but I weigh like 135 pounds, 5'5"
I do agree with that. Anybody next to Simone Biles is a giant. So that's why she said it. So you should really kind of dismiss that tweet. That's not really a tweet that you should stand on, only because you got to infer that, look, anybody next to her is a giant, right? So you kind of have to give her grace with that tweet. So I don't know why she took that as the time to kind of show off her Riley Gaines. Look at my Riley Gaines, guys. Look at my gains. I'm Riley Gaines, bitch.
Pretty much pure muscle. And again, if anyone would understand that, you would think it's Simone Biles, a woman who has historically been scrutinized for having a very muscular, masculine-looking body. She was scrutinized to the point she did this whole body positivity campaign. Then she has the nerve to say that I look like a man. And not to mention, this is a woman who has been incredibly brave and...
Maybe I'm missing something. Did people really go off about Simone Biles looking like a man? I know they did that to Serena Williams, but did it? Maybe I must have missed it. But did they really do that to Simone Biles OD like that? Maybe I missed it, but I never really got that inference. Maybe that was just that's they gotta put some kind of victim story out there for the female athletes to buy in. But I didn't really see people go out their way. Like I felt like Gabby Douglas got more personal attacks like on her physical than Simone Biles, but that's just me.
calling out and witnessing the horrific sexual abuse that she and hundreds of other female gymnasts faced at the hands of one sexual predator, that predator being Larry Nassar. In the same breath, believing that vulnerable women should be forced to strip down naked in front of men in locker rooms so long as it makes the man feel happy.
That's not what she said. That's not what she said. Simone Biles called you out for being a bully and not coming up with real solutions. She didn't mean all that other stuff that you're trying to add in there. That's come on now. You put in words in her mouth now.
If Larry Nassar came out as trans, would Simone think it's responsible or safe for him to be housed in a women's prison? To be very, very clear, I could care less what Simone Biles says about me. I'm a very secure person. I know I'm on the right side of history. I'm married, so if she wants to say I look like a man, I literally could care less.
And so is Simone Biles. She's married as well. And Simone Biles married an American man. Riley Gaines married an Englishman, an English passport, bro. That's about to be deported.
The most heartbreaking part about this, for me, is the platform that she has and the amount of young girls who look up to her, that she just in a blink of an eye sold out to appear to be virtuous. What we saw from Simone is the definition of pulling up the ladder behind you, something people like Megan Rapinoe have also done. I have a feeling that if Simone's inclusive dream came true, she would have 0 Olympic medals and no one would even know who she is.
No. Now you're being disrespectful. Simone Biles is one of the best female athletes ever. The transformers that are kind of coming in, yes, they're winning a lot, but they're still not beating the best female athletes. They're beating like the ones that be coming in 4th and 3rd place. Those are the ones that are upset. The fringe talent female athletes. Those are the ones that are the most upset, really, about the transformers. Because nationally, there's a lot of transformer athletes that are still losing to a lot of these female athletes. So now for her to say, "Oh no, you would have no Olympic medals," nah. Simone Biles always got like how many gold medals she got? Hold on. Let me search something. Let me search something real quick. How many gold medals does Simone Biles have? Yeah, with 4, what's it? No, they said 7. Okay, 7 Olympic gold medals. She earned 4 gold medals at the 2016 Rio Olympics, team all-around vault and floor. In the 2024 Paris Olympics, she added 3 gold medals in the team final, the all-around and the vault final, according to NBC Olympics. She also won a silver medal in a floor exercise at the 2024 Olympics. And that's the 4 Olympic gold medals. That's the American record for most gold medals in women's gymnastics in the single games, right? Wait, hold on. They're saying she got 23. Wait, whoa. They're looking at her world championships as well. Okay, so let's look at this real quick. Okay, so round up. Oh, they're looking at all of her championship. They're not looking at just the Olympic. I was looking at just the Olympics. My bad. So, damn. Yeah, Simone Biles really might be the female athlete GOAT. Golly. So she got 7 Olympic medals, 4 gold, 1 silver, 2 bronze. Wait, when was this one done? 2023. So that was before. Also, this was before the 2024 Olympics. They showing this 30 world championship medals, 23 gold, 4 silver, 3 bronze. Simone Biles with 30 medals. Simone Biles is the most decorated gymnast in world championships history. Simone Biles has the most world gold medals, Simone with 23 world gold medals. Simone Biles has the most world all-around titles, 6 in the women's competition. Simone Biles 7 Olympic medals, ties with Shannon Miller for the most Olympic medals won by an American gymnast, and she beat that record in the 2024 Olympics because this article was written in 2023. In 2022, Biles was awarded the Presidential Medal of Freedom by Sleepy Joe. Okay. So yeah, this is not even counting the 2024 Olympics, because this article was done in 2023. So yeah, I'm when I'm looking at all these results, I'm all I'm seeing is gold. I'm seeing mostly gold and some silver. So I don't think if a transformer were to enter female gymnastics, even though female gymnastics I heard is way different from male gymnastics, I don't think that would change her position as being one of the greatest female athletes of all time, or one of the best female gymnasts of all time. And I don't think it would stop her from winning gold from any competition. That stopped you, Riley Gaines, not Simone Biles. That stopped you.
So, if she wants to advocate for men and women's sports, by all means, it's America. You get to do that. I get to call you stupid for it, but you get to do that. Maybe in the 28 Olympics, she can compete and pommel horse in the rings. But I am going to keep standing up for women and girls, which is just about the least controversial take on the entire planet. If you can remove yourself from the opinions of the elite, of mainstream media, of Hollywood, of any elected representation, the position that I have taken is the same position that about 90% of Americans have taken, which is that men should not be in women's sports. Simone Biles.
Nah, I don't care anymore. By the way, why don't people ever ask her, like, why is your husband not American?
Biles having internalized misogyny and being a male apologist was certainly not on my 2025 bingo card.
I don't know why people
Straight Simone Biles, the Olympic
any conservative. I don't know why conservatives are not they're a bit afraid to be like, yo, like, yo, why is your husband not American? Anywho, because I remember they gave JD Vance a hard time. It was men giving JD Vance a hard time. Like, yo, why is his wife Indian? Why he couldn't find an American? Why he couldn't find an American woman wife? I'm like, damn, y'all late to the party. Yeah, like I said, look at this right here. If I see any men involved in a march like this, I'm just gonna consider you a feminist. Oh, I see a guy right here. Yo, I see a guy right in the back. He's right in the back. He's right in the back. Yeah, if I see any dudes, if I see any dudes involved with something like that, I'll be like, yo, y'all, you're a feminist. This is feminism. Young Doka said, I left for 50 minutes, but you still going strong. Facts. Yeah, you know. But look at this picture right here, man. As soon as I said that, I see this one dude in the back. Look, I'm sorry. This is basically feminism, but for the right. You would think this is a liberal march. These are liberal. Nah, these are females, but on the right. She goes, take back CIF, girls sports for girls. Allowing boys on girls teams takes opportunities from girls. And then I see this dude in the back. There's no way Oh man. Yeah, says angry mom confronts the mother of AB Hernandez, a male athlete who has been allowed to dominate female track and field events in California. Well, it's California, stealing athletic awards and opportunities from young women. Here's the thing, if we want to start doing it, so apparently I guess an angry mom confronted the mother of AB Hernandez. Let's take a look at this. This is interesting. This is very interesting.
I'm gonna listen. I don't have to. I have a right to speak truth. Boys are boys, girls are girls. This son does not belong competing against those girls.
So this is AB Hernandez's mom. You know, let me let it play out. Let me let it play out.
Period. What a coward of a woman you are allowing that. What a coward telling our women, telling girls to go and compete against a boy? How embarrassing. You're a mother. You're a mother. Stand up.
By the way, the audio is only coming off the left. That's her audio, not mine.
Like a mother. I am a mother. I'm protecting girls. You are a boy. How many people support the boy competing against the girls? Nobody. Don't tell me to shut up. I was respectful to you. Okay. And you're not going to
you're the, of course not.
Be a real mom. No, you're not. You're a coward. Your mental illness is on your son, you coward.
Now, the mom that approached AB Hernandez's mother, she's missing the biggest question. The biggest she's missing, she's completely missing it. Where's the father? Are we not going? I mean, if we actually want to fix this problem, right? You say, why are these Transformers doing this? What nobody's been asking where's the father? Where is the father? She's talking about you're a coward of a mom and you're this. How about this? Where's the father? Remember when Marshawn Lynch was getting pestered by this son's mom, and he was like, "Yo, is there a man here with you? Is there a man here with you?" This is what we got to start. We got to come back to this. This is what's really the problem. You're a coward of a mom, and you were doing this, and you as a mother, I can't believe you're allowing your son to. Blah, blah, blah. Where's his father? Where is he? Where he at? Where he at? He said classic before I know it, you'll hit 4 hours. No, I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna be gone by 1 o'clock. I know it for a fact. I'm not doing no 4 hours. Nah, man, I ain't gonna do that to myself. But I've said that in the past. But isn't this interesting? Where is the father? And that, you know what's crazy? If I were to say that, I would offend both of those mothers. I would offend both AB Hernandez's mom and the woman that went at her. Where is the father?
To speak truth. Boys are boys.
Because remember, in California,
Girls are girls.
This already happened to a very well-known conservative man, where during the divorce, his ex-wife put his son in a transformer surgery, and he couldn't stop it. And the ex-wife basically did that to get back at the ex-husband. So you're allowed to do that in California. So this is, like I said, y'all can talk about mental illness and all this stuff, but until we address the real problem, of men being alienated from their families and then just being shocked at the results, I don't want to hear nothing. That's you know what I'm saying? Like that used to be the anytime something happened, where's the father? All these school shootings, there's a lot of things in common that I see. Damn near all of them were single mom raised. When you look at all of the school shootings that have happened, damn near all of them were single mom raised. People talk about, oh, it's just white males that ain't get laid. When you look at their background, they didn't have their dad. And ironically, the one school shooter that got caught was the one that did have both parents. That's very interesting. Two things that I keep seeing in common with the school shooters: they have no dad, and on top of that, they were on some psychiatric drug or some kind of head medication. That's the two things I keep seeing constantly with most of these male school shooters. But nobody wants to address either of these. Nobody's going to address big pharma. We already know that could shut down my whole YouTube. And nobody's going to address the single mammy epidemic and the consequences of allowing generations now of mothers to be the primary raisers of sons. Because I'm pretty sure when this broad divorced her husband or alienated the father from the loop, the woman that's yelling at her probably did the exact same thing. They just have different results. This is what we do. This is what we do in America. So I see the comments. It says, good for Mama Bear. Yeah. Where's the dad, bro? Where's the dad? Why is the dad not here? That's the one thing I would ask, because people talking about, why would you allow your son as the mother? That's technically, when it comes to raising sons, after the age of 8, there's really nothing a mom can do when it comes to raising their sons. Like, basically, I'm pretty sure that AB Hernandez kid was already taller than his mom by the time he was like 10, or once, especially when he went through puberty. He was probably already taller than his mom already. There's really nothing a so-called boy mom can do for her son past like the age of 8 or 9. By that, after like the age of 8 or 9, it really should be primary the dad doing the rearing or the raising, whatever you want to call it. He should be really hands-on during that time. But a lot of times, that's where divorce usually happens. If people do the studies on like, what age are these kids? Most times when that kid is going through the changes, that's usually when the alienation begins from the mom. So that's something that, that's what we really should be talking about. That fixes a lot of the nonsense that we're dealing with. Interesting, though. Interesting. Very interesting. But yeah, anyways. Chris, come on now. The father is the mother, of course. Oh, man. Yep. Nick has it right. He says, yeah, I read it's been proven antipsychotics were a part of the reason of school shootings. The use has been increasing too. The U.S. is going to implode. Man, what? I remember Aaron Clary was talking about this on his channel, man. I remember. He said, now we're gonna have a generation of these kids that like you already have kids that was mad that they were lied to in this generation, and look at the damage they cause. Imagine the damage now when the kids find out they've been lied to about their gender. This is gonna be a complete mess, man. Complete mess. But yeah, a lot of first of all, you got a lot of, I'll say this, forget the Transformers. We got a lot of women that have been on head medication since high school. And I'm like, they're still taking it along with taking certain birth controls since high school. Like, I remember there was a woman that did a TikTok and she was like, man, we need more female doctors. I found out this birth control that I've been taking since I was in high school. I was only supposed to take it for 5 months. I've been taking it for 7 years. And I was like, bruh. That has to do some kind of hormonal change to you, because she also had a deep voice. She also had like a backwards hat. Like, so she came across very masculine. I'm like, that probably has something to do with your predicament. She took a birth control supplement or whatever pill. She's been on that thing for 7 years and she was only supposed to be on that thing for a month. But like I said, you know, especially if you have a male doctor, a lot of male doctors, they don't know those kind of things. So you got these bitches that are on birth control that they were only supposed to be taking it cyclically, meaning they're supposed to be taking it, you know, in a cycle. Like, you know, you don't take creatine all at once, right? You gotta, if you're working out, or you protein powders, you got to be using these things in cycles. Or even if you're taking steroids, you got to use these things in cycles. HGH, you got to take that in cycles. But if you just keep using it, you're going to destroy your body. So we have these broads using their head medication. They've been on it since damn near junior high, and they're in their late 20s and they're still using it on top of the birth control that they popping like candy. This is why we're seeing a lot of these women now. They're losing it already, and they're in their mid-20s and they're losing it. This is going to be a terrible. This is going to be a terrible this is a terrible societal side effect that's going to come with this, man. It's going to be bad. It's going to be really bad. Nick said, I had a woman at my job that didn't know her daughter's antidepressant medication when she came to pick it up. Oh, there's a lot of people I know in that situation. Oh, he said the name, she had to ask for her. But a lot of the parents nowadays, I'll say this, even, you know, people say that we have daddy issues, but it's really mommy issues that a lot of people are suffering from. Because I'll say this, a lot of the dads out here are very ignorant on the type of demon time a lot of their daughters are on. Like, if the dads knew, particularly, I'll say there's a lot of Caucasian dads, they have no idea what type of time their daughters are on. Like, if they knew what they were really sending their daughters to when it comes to college, a lot of them would not send their daughters to college. If they actually knew, they would not send their daughters to college. They'd be like, nah, you're staying here. Like, it'll be dudes. Like, I'll say this, I knew one particular girl, her dad was paying for everything at college, and he also had a Ring camera at her dorm room. So at the apartment that he was paying for, not the dorm, sorry, but the apartment that she was staying at. He had access to her Ring camera, so he knows everybody that's coming in and out. But he still what he didn't understand, she was still getting smashed. She found a way to outsmart the system. So she was still able to sneak dudes in and out. Young Doka says 7 years. These parents just be standing there letting phones, schools, doctors, and even these damn dogs parent these kids now in teens nowadays. Yep, yes they do. Parents don't, particularly millennial parents, millennial and Gen X parents. These are the worst parents ever in the history of parents. Respectfully, but I'll say millennial parents are awful. Because at least Gen X parents, they're productive members of society, most of them, because they can do a lot of things. They know how to do things. They know how to do things by themselves. But I'll say this: millennial parents, these might be the most useless parents. We're starting to see the results of the millennials that are parenting. Because now we got let me show y'all something real quick. Let me show y'all something. Let me show you a result of some millennial parenting real quick. Millennial / Gen X parenting. Let me show y'all something. Because we basically done with the Riley stuff, but this is some interesting stuff, man. I just saw something, and I think I haven't used a fresh and fit clip in a while, but you got to see this. You have to see this. Because it's not about the debate. I just want you to see this. This is crazy work. This is crazy work. This is crazy work. Let me see if I can open this in a new tab. Look at this nonsense right here. Look at this. I got to show you this fresh and fit clip. But I want you to see, this is crazy work. This is crazy work. I want you to see this right here.
Think your mom deserves less? You have a mom, right? You think she deserves less?
Of course.
Why does she deserve less?
No, I'm saying I have a mom, yeah.
And you say women deserve less. Your mom is a woman.
Yeah, what does that have to do with anything?
You think you came out of deserves less? You came out of a woman.
Here's the
Like, you
difference.
wouldn't be alive without a woman.
Well, here's the difference. How old are you guys?
15.
Where's your father?
Where's your mother, you dumbass? Why does that matter? Where's your mother?
Where's your dad?
Where's your mother?
What the hell is going on here?
Fucking moral.
I'll tell you this, my mom wasn't prancing around, downtown Miami at 15. The hell? Bro, what the hell's going on here, man?
You think your mom deserves less? You have a mom, right? You think she deserves less?
These are 15-year-old broads in downtown Miami wearing God knows what. Where, bruh? Forget debate is over. He goes, where are your parents? Where's your hell. Mind you, it's probably midnight, 11 o'clock. Bro, I'm not going to tell you. Okay. Recently, I was at a downtown performing. I'm not going to tell you what city. It was at night. Do you know how many kids I saw? I saw some kids. I'm like, these are not college kids. these are not college girls. Some of them, I'm like, these are not college girls. And I'm talking about it was a downtown area I was performing with a band. And it was alive. I'm talking about it was live. The downtown was live. You got these 15-year-old chicks, bruh, out here trying to debate somebody. And these people should be at home doing homework. This is crazy work. This is crazy work. Let me put this video in a different tab. My bad. Let me put this in a different tab. This is crazy work. This is crazy work. I couldn't believe this because it just the clips popped up. It just popped up on my feed, right on my Instagram feed, and I was like, yeah. Then he asked, "Yo, how old are you?" 15. 15, and they in downtown Miami, the Brickell. I was there last shit. I was there last year. I was just there last year when I was on tour with my band. That spot where they at, those hoes are bruh. These are little hoes, man. That's all I have to say. I was at that downtown spot last year. Now people are gonna start putting two and two together. I hope people don't do their research. I was there last year. Those hoes are on demon time. They have no business being there near midnight. Doing God knows what. They have no business being there. But they 15. And they so bold about it. They don't even bruh. They so bold about it. They tell their age. And usually hoes like that, they usually hoes like that, they lie about their age, but they so bold about it, they don't care. They think this is England where they could be like 15 and 16 and be out on the streets like this. 15 and they out there like this. They don't even have the decency. They don't even have the decency to lie about their age. They're probably lying about being 15. They're probably 14. They're probably 14 years old. They're probably 14. Forget 15. They're probably 14. And niggas think I'm foul when I be talking about, man, these little hoes, there be little hoes out here doing God knows what. And people think I'm foul for saying that. Nah. Nope. I'm not wrong. I'm not. I remember Corey Holcomb had this opinion, and he was telling me, was like, man, people always telling me I'm not wrong. I'm getting tired of people telling me I'm wrong about stuff, like, especially when it comes to this kind of stuff. We got 15-year-olds out here walking around dressed like this. And I kept telling people, yes, there's little hoes out here dressed like this, but they usually lie about their age. They weren't even smart enough to do that. In downtown Miami. This is downtown Miami. I was just there last year. Where they at right now? They wild. They wild. Hey yo, man, hold on. Let me do a little Google real quick. Excuse me. Oh yeah. Hopefully people don't do their Googles. People gonna start doing their Googles. They'll be like, okay, I know where Chris was performing at with his band. Hell nah. Hell nah, man. Hell nah. I'll say this: the place I performed at. Nah. Let me not give too much. But I'll say this: I'm gonna just give you a hint. I had no room. Like the audience was like right up on me. I had no room. I had no elbow room. And I'm gonna just leave it at that. But this is the definition of crazy work right here. This is crazy work. This is crazy work. Let me hold on. I'm gonna save this video to my archives. I'm saving this video to my archives as we speak. This is some interesting stuff, man.
Think your mom deserves less? You have a mom, right? You think she deserves less?
Of course.
Why does she deserve less?
No, I'm saying I have a mom. Yeah.
And you say women deserve less. Your mom is a woman.
Yeah. What does that have to do with anything?
You think you came out of deserves less? You came out of a woman.
Here's the
Like, you
difference.
wouldn't be alive without a woman.
You know what's interesting about their arguments? What's the difference between their arguments and the 20-year-olds and the 30-year-olds and the 40-year-olds and the 50-year-old women? They've all had the same reaction to Myron Gaines. This is the interesting part too to it. Their arguments don't really change past middle school, past freshman year of high school. It doesn't. There's no real mental. How do I say this? There's no. So Nick, you say hive mind. I'll just say they have no intellectual, like, usually you evolve intellectually. Like the stuff that I was, even if you have the same beliefs or the same, value system, but it changed, it evolves, it changed the way you argue about things, the way you argue for things, the way I feel about even certain sports teams is not the same. It's like every you change. You change the way you kind of do things, the way you argue, the way you intellectually talk to people, the way you debate people. But it's still the same. There's no difference between them, the 18-year-olds on the whatever podcast, the 20-year-olds on the Fresh and Fit podcast, the 28-year-old, the 30-year-old single mammies on the Daily Rap Crew, etc. The 40-year-olds on those black dating shows. There's no difference. There's no difference. Huh?
Well, here's the difference. How old are you guys?
15.
Where's your father?
As soon as she said 15, they're probably lying about that. They're probably 14. They could be 13. They could be 13. Because women, they lie up about their age. They're probably those are probably 13-year-olds. They wild. Yeah, by the way, the downtown I was performing in just recently, I'm telling you, I saw people, I was like, they're still in high school. I saw boys, I was like, oh, they in high school. I saw girls, I was like, oh, they in high school. Now it's different for me because maybe because I'm 5'7". So the thing is, when you're below the average height of a male, so the average height of a male is 5'9". So if you're 5'10", 5'11" or above, you're towering over most women, right? But the thing is, if you're like 5'7", 5'6", 5'5", you're seeing a lot of girls, particularly if it's Caucasian girls, you're seeing a lot of them at eye value, right? So you get an actual look. You take an actual, you can get like an actual look at them and be like, whoa. You know what I mean? You can literally be like, whoa. Okay, where are your parents? It's been so many times I've been in bars and I'll be seeing these girls. I'm like, these are underage girls, bro. I'm like, there's no way they're 21. No way. Or I'll be at certain spots, I'll be like, there's no way they're 18. There's no way. Absolutely no way. But there's a lot of particularly taller dudes, or especially if you like these players like Ant Edwards. People was going in at him because he was dating that that fat sloppy OF model. He impregnated that fat sloppy OF model. But Anthony Edwards, he's 6'6". Everybody's small to him. Everybody's small in his eyes. If you are average NBA player size, everybody's small to you. Everybody. So this is why a lot of dudes, they get caught up. They can't really get a good look at the bish. Right? So there's a lot, I'm telling you, there's a lot of chicks like that. Because the first thing when I looked at this video and I was looking at them, I was like, they look quite young. I'm like, they definitely don't look 18. I'm like, they do not look 18 years old. But I'm like, hey, let it play out. 15 years old. So they're probably younger than that.
Where's your mother, you dumbass? Why does that matter? Where's your mother?
Where's your dad?
Where's your mother?
What the hell is going on here?
So for them to reply back, where's your mother? Bro, the reason why he's saying where your father is because you're not supposed to be outside. You're supposed to be at home doing homework right now. But you in downtown Miami Brickell trying to debate a grown-ass man. Oh man. I gotta download that Corey Holcomb soundbite because a lot of women out here just they doing the game wrong right now. Yeah, back to their mothers and looks like nighttime. But yeah, even when like women try to clap back at you, it's still middle school responses. He goes, "Where's your father?" He goes, "Where's your mother?" No, where's your father? It's not because of what they just said. It's because you're not supposed to be outside. You in downtown Miami. I know that spot where they at. I know exactly where that's at, bro. They wild. They wild. They wildin', man. Oh my goodness. He said, and it looks like nighttime. It is nighttime over there. It is nighttime. And you know it's real nighttime because this is a recent clip. This is it's the month of June. So you already know it's late. It's the daytime is extended. So even when it's 8 o'clock, it's still light outside. So for it to be that dark, that means it's probably like 10 or 11 o'clock where they at. They beyond wild. They wild. Like beyond wild. This is crazy work. This is crazy work. Let me look at the comments. Somebody said, would you let your 15-year-old daughter walk around Miami at night dressed like this? He said they born in 2010. That's crazy. Now that I think about it, that's crazy. These chicks, they were born in 2010. It still boggles my mind because I have a cousin. It still boggles my mind because I remember literally going to her mother's house when her mother was pregnant with her, and just still like I remember I was like in like 6th or 7th grade. I'm like it still feels like yesterday. You got chicks out here in these streets born in 2020. I'm talking about born past 2010 out here being wild right now. That's wild. It's wild. It still blows my mind. These chicks was born past the year 2010. Oh Lord. Somebody said bro didn't answer the question. Are you serious? There's always that one simp. There's always that one simp in the comment section. And okay, remember the other stream I did the other day with the chick 777? That was remember the chick 777 that was all up in the live chat saying Pyro was emotional? And remember where basically she was like, do you like your mom? This is a yes or no question. What kind of who asks questions like this? Do you love your mother? Do you love any female members of your family? What is wrong with these bitches, dog? Like these, first of all, questions like that are out of pocket. Imagine this as a man. You went up to the biggest bully in the block. You went to the biggest bully in the block. It's like, hey, do you love your mother? They'll probably shoot you. You'd probably get shot if you go up to the wrong ninja and say, hey, do you actually love your mom? I'm talking about if you a boy or if you're a man, you go up to the wrong, particularly black male. You go on up to the wrong black man and you talk about, oh, do you love your mom? Do you love do you actually love your sister? They'd probably shoot you if you said something stupid like that. That's why that's why I don't understand with these hoes when they say stuff like that. Do you love your mom? What kind of question is that? Oh my God. That's not something that you should have to ask. It's literally it's literally like going to what would be the perfect analogy? How do I, okay, I guess that'd be like going to like a Brazilian. What do you feel about football? What do you feel about football? You go to it. What do you feel about that? Are you serious? Anyways, it's a prerequisite. It's not something to go. You don't. First of all, you can't even measure love. When people talk about, do you love this? This is so you can't really measure that shit. and mind you, I'll say like, because I already know this. If it was a man that said that to me, talking about how much do you love your sister or your mother or whatever, I'll be like, hey, pull up on them, see what happened. see what happens. Remember that clip of Kobe Bryant when he was talking to Dwight Howard, and he was like, try me, try me. And he was just saying it with the straightest face, with like no emotion in his face. And you could just see like Kobe Bryant going into straight Black Mamba mode. He's just like, try me, and just see what happened. And you know, you can see how much I care about the people that are closest to me, and test it out for yourself. If that was a dude that said that, I would say that. But women have this thing where they'll just ask questions that would actually get the average male shot for asking those same questions. Young Doka said women are more likely to mature and they regress over and over with their feelings before they grow intellectually, if it is not educationally. Yeah, they mature faster, but they regress. I agree with that. And particularly when men are being involved in their quote unquote growth, they just yeah. They because they do mature faster, which is really just physically, they just mature faster. They really think they know the world. So they'll do something stupid, like they'll be 13 or 14 going out with a drug dealer that's like 28, or a grown man that works at UPS that's taking advantage of her, but you can't tell her no different. You know what I mean? You just got to let them crash and burn. Tyro said, I know I would have gotten beaten up for saying that to a dude. Yeah, they say stuff like that, particularly the woman from the last live stream. I forgot what her name. It was something 777, right? And I'm like, what kind of question? Like, even I remember going on the with the black feminists. I went on their panel, and like, would you do this to a girl? Would you allow her to get S? I'm like, what kind of question is that? These are have you ever did this to a girl? Have you ever witnessed her? I'm like, what is wrong with y'all bitches, man? You don't ask people questions like that. Like they were literally asking me questions like, "Oh, what do you feel like assault is? Would you like?" It was. I remember it was a simp too in the comments. I'm like, nigga, I'm not answering that. Y'all some weirdos. Yes, SNG 777. Thank you, Garrett. I was like, I was like, there's a first part to it. SNG 777. Like, but I'll say this: her questions were minimal compared to when I was on the panel on Twitter with the black feminists. Like the stuff that's asking me, "Oh, would you allow this to happen in your family if somebody essay?" I was like, and I told him, I'm like, I'm not answering that. That's just a weird question to ask. Just because I think a bish, when I said Jovi Pena was lying about her situation, I mean that is, I'm like, bruh. But yeah, oh yeah, Nick said that guy was a plant. Garrett Gray said that last stream was legendary. You had chronic level haters. Yeah, it was her, and then you had like Lady D. But you know what was interesting? I don't know if you caught it. But remember, there was another lady that was in the stream. There was actually a lot of ladies in that stream, but there was one particular one. Her name was like Queen something. It was a black lady, and then she goes, "I'm checking out of the stream because I said the word broad." I was like, okay. And I ended up laughing about it. Like later on that night, I was like, oh yeah, I remember the broad, the girl that was like, I'm checking out of the stream. I was with you until you said the word broad. Her name was like Queen something. I was like, I'm like, out of all the things I said. Yeah, there was there were some interesting ladies that I had in that stream. Some oh, and then Lady D was on some like divester type Cynthia G type ish. Like she was saying she was on some weirdo ish. But yeah, a lot of these women, some of the questions that they ask, I'm like, yo, y'all, what is wrong with y'all? Hold on for a second. Let's I'm sorry. I'm gonna clip this just gonna be this one thing. I gotta clip this one Corey Holcomb soundbite one day if I get the time. 5150 show. It's one of those episodes from 2018. I remember Corey Holcomb like one day he was like, "Man, I'm tired of y'all bitches talking about Urban Meyer should have been fired." He said, "What is wrong with y'all bitches?" He said, "Y'all bitches need to be back home cooking and cleaning and taking care of the house. No politics for you." He was dead serious too when he said that. And I got what Corey Holcomb was coming from, because some of the stuff that women say nowadays, even just as a line of questioning, or just their line of their tactics of trying to shame you. You're just like, bro, you know you out of pocket, right? For even asking a question like this. But they don't get it. They don't get it. They don't get like they out of pocket. They don't even understand how out of pocket they are. One day I'll be able to find that old 5150 clip. But I'll say this. If you guys want if you guys want to see pure gems, look at all the 5150 shows. Look at all the 5150 shows from 2018 and 2019. Everything that you see now, Corey Holcomb predicted it. I'm telling you, look at the 2017. If you want to go back later, look at the 2017 episodes, the 2016 episodes, the 2015 episodes. But I'm trying to make it simple for you guys. just in case if you want to look at any of the 2018 episodes or the 2019 episodes. Everything that happened, even the pandemic, everything was predicted on this show. Even the explosion of the RP, the explosion of like a mindset shift, everything was predicted with this man here on this show. If you want to look at old episodes of Tariq Nasheed actually saying some based stuff, look at the 2016 episode he did with Corey Holcomb. I think, it was in 2016 or 2017. I don't remember the year. It's either 2016 or 2017. Look at the old episodes that Tariq Nasheed would do with Zowat, and you'd be like, damn, this guy is actually spitting facts. Yeah. That Lady D. Yeah, that he said that other lady was giving off that vibe about black men being bullet bagged. Like, I'll say SNG 777, she was just doing the typical female stuff, right? But Lady D, like, she was, she gave off like a real serious, like, calling black men bullet bags and all that stuff. She did give off that vibe. I like, if you notice, I barely addressed Lady D. I was just like, Lady D, you on some weirdo ish. Like, the fuck? I barely addressed her. I was I was like, yo, you on some, yeah. Well, okay, Young Doka said, did he predict a countrywide power outage? Because I'm still waiting on that one. Well, I'll say this about that. Yes, but niggas been predicting that for years. And then remember what happened first of all, remember what happened to Texas? Remember what they did to Texas not too long ago? So that was not by accident. What happened to Texas? I'm not even going to speak more on that. I don't want to get my stream taken down. All right. But I'll say this. Brother Rizza is the Nation of Islam brother. Rizza Islam. He predicted what was going to happen in 2020 with the pandemic, you having to use a card so you can identify, so you can go to certain venues, or you couldn't go into certain venues without your V card, a different type of V card, right? Rizza Islam he did a segment in 2018 or 2019. Let's see if I can see it. It should be around. It was one of the first episodes he did on the 5150 show. I think it was in 2019. Oh no, it was. Oh yeah, it was on. I think it was on this particular episode. It was either this episode right here that I'm circling, or he was on Zowat's show, and he said like, "Yo, there's going to be a time very soon where you cannot enter certain establishments without a card." He said so. He said so. I have free PDF files that you can print out, so you can have a religious exemption that you can fill out, so you can be religiously exempt from having to take the poke. And he was saying this in 2018. And I remember I was like, okay, I see what you're saying, but I got time. I thought I had man. Only a year later, this nonsense starts happening. I was so mad at myself, man. I was so mad at because I was like, I was warned about this. I had to get a street ninja to help me out with that. I knew a street ninja that had them cards on the low, if you know what I'm saying. He had them cards. There were certain venues in 2020 that if it wasn't without that card, I was not going to be able to perform in. And like I said, they couldn't, like the normies at the front desk, no disrespect to them, they couldn't tell the difference. So when I was in New York performing, I needed that card in 2020 and the year 2021. I needed that card. So what I did, I had a street ninja that I knew. He said, I can help you get that card. And I gave him some money. He gave me a card. Young Doka said, that's how mad I'm gonna be if all the power is out and I never got ready just in case. Yeah, like I'll say this though, if you live in an apartment, you might be screwed if ish hits the fan. You need to hope that you live in one of these remote areas, or you need to know somebody that lives in a remote area and he's also a doomsday prepper. Because yeah, if the power shuts out, if you live in a city or you live in an apartment, you might be screwed. You might. There'll be very few survivors in that apartment building. Very few. Shout out to the South Holland for the $2 super chat. Let me hit that button. My bad.
We got money, nigga. We got money, nigga. We got money, nigga.
Shout out to South Holland with the $2 super chat. And there's no message on there, but shout out to him with the $2 super chat. Oh, by the way, I did watch the Champions League final. And the funny thing is, this is actually one of PSG's. I can't believe this PSG squad won the Champions League out of all the great squads they've had in the past. But this is what happens because Man City and Real Madrid, they didn't do their jobs in the earlier rounds. Out of all of PSG squads, this one won it. This is crazy work. A lot of these things, when you talk about winning a Champions League final, winning a championship, a lot of these things are circumstantial. It's very circumstantial. Young Doka said, that's how I'm gonna be if all the power is out and I never get ready, just in case. Yeah, I'm gonna be like because I remember watching that episode and he was talking about. He said, "Oh wait, so I want you to go on my website. This is a this is a free packet. You guys can do this for religious exemption. Blah 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 blah." And I was like, okay, that's probably later on down the road. I was kicking myself because apparently, I guess, because there's certain laws where depending on what state you are, you can be religiously exempt from taking certain pokes. South Holland said Inter Milan is sick. Inter Milan they were very disappointing, to say the least. To say the least. I think they lost 5-0. It wasn't. I don't even think it was 4-0. I think it was 5-0. That's a damn shame, bro. In a Champions League final, you losing 5-0. God damn. And this is like when you look at all of PSG's squads in the past, this is not their best squad. But like I said, everything basically opened up for him in the knockout stages. Everything opened up for him. Let me look at something real quick. Let me look at who they had to face because I know PSG was celebrating when Arsenal beat Real Madrid in the quarter. I think it was the quarterfinals. Yeah, it was. I think it was the quarterfinals when Arsenal faced Real Madrid in the quarterfinals. I already and beat them. I already know PSG was happy than a mug, than a son of a gun. PSG Champions League schedule. I gotta look at. Yeah, because Because yeah, Manchester City didn't even do their job. Well, Manchester. The problem with Manchester City this year, they were struggling this year, and it looks like Manchester City was struggling because Pep was struggling with his personal life, if you know what I'm talking about. So that's what it looks like from here. Let's see. Oh no, that was in the group stage. So yeah, the knockout stages. Yeah, the knockout stages, they had an easy knockout stage. They got to face Brest, Liverpool, Aston Villa. They had an easy knockout stage. They had they had Brest, Liverpool, and Aston Villa and Arsenal. That's the easiest knockout stage in the history of knockout stages. What? That is an easy. Their hardest task was the first game of the knockout stage. No, sorry, the second game of the knockout stage. Man, that was man. Come on, man. What the three? Hold. Yeah, this is the easiest group. Their hardest task was the second game. Was it the second fixture? I hope I said that right. The round of 16. That was their hardest one versus Liverpool. Yeah, come on, man. You gotta be kidding me. This might be the easiest knockout stage W's that they ever had. Because usually with PSG, they always have to face a tough ass team in their first in their first two stages. They always got to face tough ass teams. That's crazy, man. Garrett Grant said the power of Hakimi was with them this year. But I'll say this, yeah. By the way, because he's a fullback, Hakimi and their other fullback Mendes scored a lot of goals in the knockout stages. Believe it or not, their fullbacks were what. Believe it or not, I know Garrett Grant is making a joke, but their fullbacks were very key in these games. He said PSG closest game was Aston Villa. I wasn't worried about that game. I'm sorry about that fixture. When PSG was facing Aston Villa, yeah, it was close in score, but I was not worried about that. I was not worried about that. I wasn't worried. I wasn't worried about that. And I definitely wasn't worried about Arsenal. I definitely wasn't worried about Arsenal, but Inter was very disappointing. But didn't Hakimi score in the Champions League final? Hold on. Didn't he score? I would have sworn he scored. Yeah, Hakimi, yeah, he scored the first goal. He scored the first goal in the Champions League final. I was like, didn't he score in the Champions League final? But yeah, both fullbacks, Hakimi and Mendes, they were scoring goals in these knockout stages. They were like both fullbacks. They were both advancing like really like high up the pitch, scoring goals at will. Yeah, he scored the first goal in the Champions League final. So shout out to Hakimi. Because I'm like, I would have sworn he scored. But I missed because when I watched the game, I missed the first goal. I only caught up because I came and watched the game because I was coming off I was coming off work. Right. Pause. I left because I left work early to see the game, and I was able to get home around like the 15-minute mark. Yeah, Hakimi. Yeah, people don't know Hakimi scored. Yeah, the final looked like a testimonial game. Facts. It like the pace, like it was weird. It was like one of those. It had the pace of a charity game, but like PSG was just running over him. I think. Okay. This is another thing too, which people kind of underrate about the French league. The French league is very high paced. People don't know this. So the French league is very up and down. Believe it or not. Um, this is why PSG in the past struggled, and they did struggle with this in the knockout stages. They would just kind of give up goals sometimes because they would advance a lot of players forward. But for this year in particularly, it for some reason it went into their favor because a lot of these teams now they're just way too focused on being possession and tiki taka this and tiki taka that. But PSG is a very high paced team. Now, over the past 3 years, they kind of had to slow it down because when Messi came in on board, Neymar started to age. Because you had those two players, they needed things to be a little bit at a slower pace. But even though they did have Mbappe, right? But most teams in the French league it's up and down. It's very high paced. They want to push people forward. They want to attack, right? It's very high paced. I'm not saying there's no defending going on. I'm just saying it's back and forth. Attacking play is rewarded in the French league. And PSG kind of brought all of that to the front, to the frontier. Last year when Mbappe was on PSG, believe it or not, they were a lot slower because Mbappe would ask for the ball a lot, right? So Mbappe was basically carrying that team attacking wise because the team was already built around Neymar and his playmaking. Once Neymar left, it was only up to Mbappe, really, and Barcola to a lesser extent, to kind of spearhead that attack. But with the players that they have now, it's full high pace. It's just full high pace back and forth. And then with the additions of, I hope I'm saying his name right, Varaskelia. I hope I'm saying his name right. Varaskelia, the Napoli winger, and Desiree Doué. They brought those two wingers that they bought in the winter. Great signings. I mean, perfect signings. Perfect signings. But now their whole team is athletic. Their whole team is high pace, back and forth, up and down. And then on top of that, we're putting, Ousmane Dembele at that center forward position. And it basically they gave him Luis Enrique basically gave him free reign amongst the front line. But you have now a full team of people running up and down. Just up and down. It's perfect. They couldn't play like that when they had Neymar, Ibrahimovic when he was there in the past. Because even though Neymar was fast, he likes to slow the game down when he does the dribbling. Because guys like that, they're very, how do I say it? They're very ball dominant. They like to have the ball at their feet. Same with Mbappe. He likes to have the ball at their feet, even though he's the fastest soccer player in the world, damn near. But they like to have the ball at their feet. So the tempo tends to slow down once they get the ball. But Luis Enrique got the perfect group of athletes all playing together, including their wing backs and their CBs, their center backs. Everybody's an athlete. Everybody can run up and down the field. Not really. There's not a whole bunch of ball dominant players, the most ball dominant player is probably Ousmane Dembele, but even him under Luis Enrique, he understands what to do, right? So PSG had the perfect mix of players, and then everything opened up for them at the perfect time. Real Madrid didn't do their job. They lost to Arsenal, so Arsenal was easy pickings. So they were able to get Inter. Inter played way too defensively. They played way too conservatively, and it fell right into PSG's it fell right into PSG's what PSG wanted to do. But yeah, shout out to PSG for the Champions League win. Yeah, but Garrett Grant, he's technically right because Hakimi, he is one of the leaders of the team. I'm not gonna lie, he is one of the leaders of the team, and he was very integral, very very important for them in terms of advancing with this style. And really, when you look at it, Hakimi at his best, he is the best right back in football when he's at his best. So, yeah, the power of Hakimi is real. He might be the best right back in the world. So, I'll give him that. He might be. He might be. I'm trying to think anybody that's better. Well, people were saying Dumfries, but Dumfries in the same match that he played with Hakimi, he didn't play good. So, yeah, I would say Hakimi's the best right back in the world. Mendes, I'll say my favorite left back in the world is Theo Hernandez. I'm not gonna lie, but Mendes, he's just as good. He's just as good. I wouldn't mind if somebody said he's the best left back in the world. But yeah, PSG, they have the perfect mixture of athletes. They had even their center midfield, even their center midfielders with Neves, Fabian Ruiz, and Vitinha. These are players that love to push the ball forward. Everything worked out perfectly. Everything worked out perfectly. South Holland said he's better than Trent. Yeah, he is. He is. I agree with that. Hakimi is better than Trent. I'd agree with that. I definitely agree with that. Oh, by the way, Cherky, one of my favorite players in the world right now. Apparently he's going to Manchester City. That's going to be interesting. So Cherky's going to Manchester City, and then who else is going to Manchester? It's somebody else going to Manchester City that I'm missing. It's somebody really, really good. It's another center midfielder. I'm blanking on his name right now. He's going to Manchester City as well, but I don't know why I'm blanking on his name. It's Cherky and somebody else. Oh, did you see the goal that Cherky scored the other day versus Spain? His technique. Oh man, the technique. Man, it's no, like, I'm talking about the best footballing nations is France and Brazil, bar none. France and Brazil, bar none. Best footballing nations. It's not even. I'm not gonna say it's not even close, but man, the ballers that they produce, man, Turkey. What a pleasure. what a pleasure to watch. Pause. But it's somebody. It's Turkey and somebody else that plays center midfielder that's going to Manchester City. I don't know why I'm blanking on this guy's name. My brother literally just told me who's going. Golly. Manchester City transfer news. No, not yeah, it's the Milan midfielder. The Dutch midfielder. I hope I'm saying his name right. Yeah, Rain. Yeah, Rain. Oh, his name's like Reindeers or something. Reindeers. So it's him and Cherky going to Manchester City, um, in the summer transfer window. That is massive, and it looks like Pep and his wife are reconciling. So it looks like he'll be in a good mental state this year. So that's gonna be interesting. And then I think Liverpool is signing somebody crazy though. Let me see this real quick. It's I think it's like Liverpool are signing. Let me see. Liverpool transfer news. Yeah, Wirtz. They're supposed to get Wirtz. Yeah, that's gonna be crazy work right there. Liverpool's getting Wirtz. Yeah, they just scheduled the medical. Yep. I'm looking at the news right now. They just scheduled the medical. So yeah, that's gonna be very, 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 very interesting. Because Liverpool's midfield is already stacked as hell. So you just you had an A+ player to an A- midfield, which is really all you need. Yep. So right here, via Liverpool.com, Liverpool schedules for Florian Wirtz medical as record transfer edge. Oh, damn. How much they finna pay for him? They said record transfer. Man, these prices, man, is crazy work, man. 153 million US dollars is crazy, man. I remember back then, like the record, like back in the days. I remember Manchester City had signed Sergio Aguero for 40 million US dollars. And back in 2011, that was a lot of money. That was a lot of money. We were just like, damn, that's a lot of money, but it's gonna be worth it. Like people knew it was gonna be worth it, but we were like, damn, that's a lot of money though. It was like $40 million or like 39 million. It was one of those numbers. But we were like, damn, that's a lot of money, but it's gonna be worth it. Right. But now, like these record, like now people getting paid they're paying these clubs 153 million record number for these guys that are not even the best at their position. It's crazy. Yeah, these prices, man, oh my God. That's wild. But anyways, let's take everything off the stage. Let's do a summary. I said I wasn't gonna do 4 hours and look look at my dumb ass. Look at my dumb ass. I said, no, I'm not doing no 4 hours. And I'm literally about to hit the 4-hour mark. I'm the 4-hour mark, but this is crazy, man. Like I said to my point, even about the transformer problem, everything is all of these problems, particularly what women are complaining about, these are all self-inflicted problems. These are all self-inflicted problems. Most of these problems can be traced back to the mom alienating the father from the household, which is not a new concept, but these are things people just overlook. When you ask people that are not in the red pill community, what was the downfall of the black community? Like, say if you ask the average conservative, what's the downfall of the black community? right? Some will finally get to the discussion of, okay, the fathers are not there, but the way they're gonna word it is, oh, the fathers abandoned the community. No, 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 no. They were alienated from their families, and you got to ask why that was. And once you dive into it, you're like, oh, this is what's happening. But these are things that mainstream society tend to overlook these small things until it's too late. Now it's a whole culture of women being given tools by the government, by their own friends, etc., to alienate husbands, fathers from their kids, where they can actually put a real influence in their lives. And now we are seeing I will say not necessarily the final stages, but we're seeing the results of women's parenting skills. And I hope you're happy. You have transformers in your sports, in female sports now. Right? All these things that they complain about. All these things that they complain about. It could all be traced back to that. But that would mean holding the women accountable for circling the wagon on men and their parenting, which is never going to happen. So also, like I said earlier, I agree with Simone Biles. I think Riley Gaines, she tried to troll some kids that are not her age, and Simone Biles called her out for bullying. And I kind of agree with that. I kind of agree. I'm gonna take Simone Biles' side on that. And no, Riley Gaines, Simone Biles wasn't body shaming you. At the end of the day, everybody's a giant when you're sitting next to Simone. So that's why she thought you were the size of a man, even though you were only 5'5". But a 5'5" person standing next to Simone Biles looks like a 6 feet tall man. And Riley Gaines does look. I'm not trying to diss her appearance, but Riley Gaines, particularly without the makeup, she does have some strong features. Like let me leave that alone. But there's a lot of women out there, they do resemble their dad. They really do resemble their dad. They just have hair. But anyways, we'll leave that alone. But yes, I think that's all for today. Let's check any super chats that I might have missed. But yeah, thank you guys for the super chats. Thank you, Pyro the Flame King. Thank you, South Holland, for tuning in. Thank you for the support on this channel. Also, my last live stream, thank you for running up the numbers on that. Thank you for running up the numbers on that. That was, if you guys haven't got the chance, please watch my live stream. And I got the live chat replay. I was able to figure out that bug. I was forgetting to click that check mark to include the live chat replay. So you can see the live chat replay of me going back and forth with the trolls. So that was a very entertaining live stream as well, if you guys get the chance. That was, to me, that was better than my Joy Taylor and my Dr. Cheyenne Bryant streams. So that was, to me, those streams were, that stream, the DDG stream, that was better than my Joy Taylor and Dr. Cheyenne Bryant stream. So yeah, please, if you get a chance, please watch that. Yeah, we're gonna finish this stream off, obviously, with Dr. Martin Sempa. If I can find him. Yeah, this would be the perfect one. See you guys.
She thinks she's a man, but she does not have the equipment to be a man.